Hello, everyone. This is day two at the Women's Candidates Final 2023. Two grandmasters, Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie, are fighting for the seat at the World Championship match against Ju Wenjun. I am Women Grandmaster Keri Tsatsalaashvili, and alongside with me is 12 Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostyunyk, also known as Chess Queen. It is early morning for us. Alexandra, how do you feel today?
Good morning, Katie. Well, I'm excited as always to see what is gonna happen today after such a dramatic start yesterday. How is Lei gonna handle the pressure? What is Stan prepared with black pieces? So a lot of questions, and I hope to get answers really soon.
That's right. And in this game with white pieces, I think she can't really afford another lose because it will be really tough to come back with 2 points down. However, win and the draw can keep the match going on. Now let's take a look how these two players got at this place. Lei Tingjie has won against Muzachuk's sisters in the pool A, and that's how she qualified at the finals. Zhongyi, on the other hand, won against Katerina Lachno and then Alexandra Goryachkina. And now we do have these two friends and the teammates playing in the finals. And the winner, as I mentioned earlier, gonna face the world champion Ju Wenjun. Alexandra, that has been really long run for these two players, and it started in 2022, still continues in 2023. What do you think at this particular candidates tournament? Do you actually like this kind of pools, like to have two pools, or would you prefer to have the previous system of the candidates tournament?
Well, we can safely say that this run has started back in 2021. It's when both players qualified for the candidates tournament that was supposed to be in the spring of 2022 and then was postponed due to some tragic force majeure. And well, we can discuss, the format. It's hard to pick like the perfect one. Uh, for me as a chess player, I think the most important factor is just to have everything run as it was announced like before and not change it throughout the format, right? When it started one way and when you're preparing mentally and
Yes.
chess wise for a certain format, it's quite hard to get to something new and unexpected. But again, certain things happen. We don't always have control over such things. And probably that's why we like chess. In chess, we have a little bit more of such a control, although, as the first game showed, it's not always the case.
That's right. And indeed, it's tricky to change things in when it's already started. Anyways, here we have this tournament already in the finals. We are, and now let's take a look at the head-to-head results. You guys, meanwhile, the predictions in our Twitch chat is running. Who do you think is the favorite for today's match? You can answer to that question. But here we have these graphics. Tanjongi is a slight favorite as she has won a little bit more in the classical chess. And yesterday's game is another additional win for her. Alexandra, you mentioned about the age of Lei Tingjie. She is really young, 26 years old, just turned few days ago. Do you believe that the age factor will play here a key role?
Yeah, we discussed yesterday with you that there can be many factors that, and it's very hard to pick, the one that will make such a difference. Age is definitely something Lei can rely on. She's younger than her compatriot Tan Zhangui, but on the other hand, Tan Zhangui has already played a world championship match. It's a huge experience. It's hard to prepare for a match if you haven't had the chance to play it before. So Yes, Tan Zhongyi, of course, looking at the score, the statistics, is a favorite, but still, if you forget about the result of the first game, I think Lei can be quite optimistic. Because it was going, everything was working in her favor until this tragical time trouble. But
Yes.
let's hope that Lei will be able to fight back.
That's right. There was indeed very big upset of yesterday's game. Well, besides the fact that they will get the uh, right to play against the current women world champion fight for the title, there is also a pretty tempting prize fund for this tournament. Overall, 250,000 euros, and the champion will get 60,000 euros. Runner up will get 50,000, and also there are some nice prizes for third and fourth and fifth to ninth places. So that's very, very impressive, Alexandra. You have been in this world for long, long time, winning a lot of tournaments, winning a lot of prizes. This is the first time when the candidates tournament has such a high prize. What's your thoughts about these improvements with the prize fund? How important it is for women in chess?
Yes, indeed. It's very nice to see prizes in women's chess getting higher, even if we compare with the previous women's candidates back in 2019. It got an additional $50,000, and of course it motivates women a lot. It motivates the younger generation to fight and to work on chess. It motivates the older generation to stay in chess. If we look at the top 10 right now, we can see that many players have been there for a while, and I think it's because of those prizes getting higher. I do remember when I was starting my chess career, it was a long time ago, and people tend to forget things very fast and very easily. But prizes were at that time, they used to be so low that there was no reason to stay in chess for a long. And now it's changed, and let's hope it's gonna change. We see the prize pool only for these candidates, right? And we shall not forget that the winner, well, the champion in this slide is called, the winner of these candidates is qualifying for the world championship match, and their prizes are even higher. And so it's a lot of at stake, and I hope it's just gonna continue the same way.
That's right. I hope so too. The prize fund obviously it's a big stimulation for a lot of chess players, not only for girls, but women, but also for men. And we definitely need more and more sponsors in chess. Uh, Alexandra, let's now come back to the tournament for a bit and talk about the format. We will go back to prize fund and to talk of women's chess in general, because in other tournaments are still running alongside with this one. So about the format of this match is that we're gonna have five more games, as one is already down, and the first player who reaches 3.5 points is the winner, who will play the World Championship match against Ju Wenjun later this year in summer. The actions will start on 3rd of July. But before that, the players are already at the board, very focused. A lot of cameras are around, as we can see the flash in the on the faces of the players. They are so focused, Alexander. Look at them. You couldn't even imagine if we don't know that they are friends, actually, and the teammates.
Yeah, it's hard to play against your friend and somebody you've been playing alone for such a long time. We know that these players, they come from the same city, so it's an amazing celebration for the city. Imagine how many chess fans are rooting right now for the players. Both of them were born in Chongqing, the city where this match is taking place. And well, we see both of them, yeah, are getting ready for the second game. Lei Tingjie is gonna play white today. We'll see how what she had prepared for the match, right? As an e4 player myself, I'm always hoping to see this move on the board, but we'll see what is actually in Lei's mind. We saw a long stare by Tank at Lei. It's also interesting to see how those players interact between each other, and I think they're getting ready.
Yeah, it is already 3 p.m. in China. We do have here the handshake. Don't block the camera. No, please don't block the camera. We want to witness the first move. And here we have the first move.
Ah, no,
D4.
no, my heart is broken. No,
I'm
okay, guys, I
happy.
am leaving the broadcast. Stay tuned. Katie will entertain you. No, okay,
All my
D4 it
life I
is.
have been played D for Alexander. That's the only thing I know with white pieces, and I have huge love to that word. One thing is, I have to be honest, I was at least 80 to 90% sure Lei would choose one e4 because she
Hmm.
equally plays d4 and e4 first move. We talked about that yesterday too. And in most of the games against Zhongyi, she had played e4 before. So this is maybe a sort of surprise, something new to Tan that Lei can bring at this match.
But yeah, indeed, as we discussed yesterday, both those players they can play basically almost any opening, any starting move, and probably like the main factor for a player to pick an opening was the fact that, as I said, at least I thought so, that Lei started her chess career as a D4 player, so she's more familiar with with all
Mhm.
those small sidelines and nuances that she feels more comfortable, and that's why then she decided to play D4. And let's see what Tan prepared for this match, what opening she's going to choose, because just the first moves are happening, right? We still need to wait a little bit to name the opening. D4,
Mhm.
D5 in the game, C4, so it's like the Queen's Gambit, E6, Queen's Gambit declined, Knight F3, and now a few more moves need to be made in order to define this opening.
That's right. I think we have the move, and this is d takes c4. So anyway, Tan accepted the challenge and grabbed the pawn on c4. Here we have this position, and now we're waiting for Lei's continuation. Alexandra, what would be the move you would expect here from Lei's side?
Yes, D takes C4 is like a very direct approach. It's not taking the pawn. I mean, Black didn't take the pawn on the second move, right? They didn't accept the Queen's Gambit straight away. But now, okay, they're changing their mind, and the game can still turn into different lines and variants. White can play Knight C3 now, switching to, well, again, the knight is on g8, right? There are different move orders, it's still on g8, so it's a lot of play now with move orders, with small tricks where to get, because if we like add these moves, knight c3, knight f6, it's a Vienna variation, but the fact that the knight is not on f6 yet lets a white play e4 straight away. And I think in that case, we're getting some lines of the Queen's Gambit accepted that could have happened on the second move if Black would take the pawn straight away. So again, but the pawn is on e6. So many small details you really need to know a lot. And I'm sure players have a vast knowledge usually about many openings, but there are so many different move orders that they still require some time to think, to compare all those lines they have analyzed at home, and then to come up with variations that is more familiar to them, that they prefer to play. So let's see. Yeah, knight c3, e3, e4, something like that. Even g3 can be played if white wishes to. So it's really, the ball is now in their court.
That's right. Lei Tingjie is taking her time. Very likely, this move was not something that she expected because Black could play any other move. And also, Alexandra d takes c4 tells us that this game will be very sharp, complicated, and not as quiet as usually d4 is known for. Our chat goes really harsh on d4 and says a mistake was played 1d4. I don't agree with that. You would agree with that, Alexandra. But yeah, it is always very big power to play, to have knowledge of both first moves, d4 and e4. If you know those two moves, that means that you are also comfortable to play with one knight f3, which is ready opening. So you are really rich with the opening knowledge, right?
Well, I wouldn't say so. I don't consider myself a big theoretician, let's put it this way. And as I said, most of my career I've been focusing again mostly on e4, even though I've had some periods of playing d4 and I do play knight f3 sometimes and even c4 I've tried. But
Yeah.
still, I feel like I'm more familiar with lines and openings after the first e4. While right now, I do feel that you really need to be you really need to work more on the openings to have this flexibility that you mentioned, right? Why is it so good to be able to play different openings? Because it makes it so harder for your opponent to prepare. And when it's
Mhm.
hard to prepare, there are so more chances for you to get some edge out of the opening, to get a time advantage, even that at the end in time trouble can pay off and can bring you a desired result.
That's right. That's what we have seen yesterday as well. One, E4, not one
Wow,
E4, E4
e4
on
it
move
is.
five or four has
And
been played now. With this move, white is aiming to control the center. D4, E4 perfectly well controls the center, gets more space advantage, and white wants to take the pawn on C4 with the bishop in one move. Everything sounds really perfect. However, Tang very fast plays B5 and she says, I'm not giving up the pawn anytime soon. You have to fight to get this pawn back. What would be the white's response? Should white go to a4 right away? Is there the move like b3 to annoy the pawn on c4? Or are there any other options here for white too?
yes, definitely. When you see e4, you expect to see b5. Of course, black doesn't want to give up this pawn easily if white takes up the center. If so, they want to get something um, for the center. And as I said, e3 here, when it's played, it's a calmer, more positional way. In that case, usually black prepares some queenside uh, pawns movements in order to develop pieces here. But when we see e4, that indicates that something like the game will become very sharp straight away. There is a lot of theoretical lines, as far as I know. Again, I think we should compare those lines with this main tabia of the Queen's Gambit accepted, uh, because they will look similar. Again, we have only the inclusion of these two moves, right? Knight f3, e6, but the lines that's gonna happen will somehow be close, well, at least in ideas, to the Queen's Gambit accepted. And I do expect to see some theoretical battle right now.
Mhm.
A4 is a very common move, trying to undermine this pawns chain and using the fact that the move a6 that black would so much like to do is not possible because of this pin on the a file. White can just take on b5, the pawn on a6 is pinned, the rook is hanging there. So unfortunately for black, a6 is not the move to make, and that's but they still need to protect this pawn on b5, this pawn base. So that's why they're playing c6. But c6 has its own drawbacks, and we're gonna see how white is going to react. They can continue attacking this pawn chain. They can just exchange the pawns and try to put more pressure on the b5 pawn. Also, after this exchange, a5, c b, the this long diagonal kind of gets open, and well, usually with the pawn on e3, it can be used sometimes when the queen gets to f3 and puts all this pressure on the f7 and a8 rook. But for the moment, let's see what white is gonna do, how she's gonna what she's gonna do on the queen side. Again, let me see about theoretical lines. Let me see whether there were some games with this move order played. I'm sure there were plenty, and I will
Yeah, it is
let you
a
know.
still theory. I myself play e3. I don't like this much of the
Hmm.
complications, but if sometimes you have a mood to play e4, why not to go for that? And here at this point, Alexandra, white can choose two ways. One to ignore everything and go with knight c3, bishop e2 castle, then bishop g5, and attack in the center just to have strong center. Or another move is to play b3 here and fight right away on the queen side and ask some questions to black, how black is going to guard the pawn on c4. So right now, Lei is going through this process. Either she will choose to sacrifice the pawn, end up the development, and starts to play with bishop g5, e5, and attacking the center. Later on, sometimes even d5 is a very strong breakthrough in the center. Or another option is just to play b3 here.
Yeah, well, that's sacrificing, like making sure to sacrifice this pawn, right? Still, as yeah, the choice white is facing right now is more like, as I can see, to take on b5 straight away, to like add this
Mhm.
move and then start attacking the queen side, or attack it straight away by with the moves as you mentioned, b3 and knight c3. Yeah, but again, there were many games. I'm sure that Lade knows basic, I mean, main ideas. I'm sure that she's analyzed similar lines, but all those move orders and tiny except inclusions of additional moves can somehow influence her choice.
Yeah, that's right. I am really keeping the eye on her time as we have seen so dramatic moments yesterday when she made a move on 2 seconds on the clock, and that was the worst move. It was a blunder, and after that, she lost some of the material and should be very upsetting for her. But Alexandra, you have been at this place where you have playing for the match. Can you tell us how difficult it can be to go through the results of the previous game that you are not happy? Of course, everything is individual, and people are going through with these things individually. But still, can you remember these moments from your match and how you were coping with that kind of hard situations?
Well, I haven't had a chance to play a longer match. My longest match in those tournaments was just 4 games.
Mhm.
I think just the candidates that I played against Alexander Garyachkina, it was the longest match. And usually it's just a 2 game match, and it's a completely different story, right? When you have just 2 games, you either like win, make a draw, go to tie breaks, or even if you lose, it's not such a big deal because you don't have time to know, to regret, to start like um, putting
Worry.
extra unneeded pressure on yourself, because you know, well, there is just 1 game left and you need to fight back and to do whatever you're capable of doing. And of course that helps you to forget all those emotions and just focus on the game, on the preparation, and go and try to do your best. That's it.
Mhm.
So I don't really have this experience, as I said, for longer matches, and I can only imagine how hard they are. Of course, I've followed many of them, I've read books about them, but again, cannot share my
Mm.
own personal experience.
Fair enough. We do have actually the move Lei Tingjie after uh, several minutes of thought. She decided to push in the center, played knight to c3. Her idea is very simple. She wants to take on b5. And Alexandra, if black plays here a6, this is not something that you are guarding the pawn. White can still take the pawn on b5 and
Yes,
then with
a6.
knight to b5. So that's a threat.
That's a trick, yes, and that's why it's not possible for black to protect it comfortably, this pawn on b5. So usually, in all those lines, usually this pawn goes even further up, attacking the knight.
Mhm.
And now after b4, white will need to decide where to put this knight, where to go with it. It can go back, it can go sideways, both ways. And well, white, of course, lost some time, right? Black was able to attack and to push the knight back. But after b4, there is no pawn left to protect this pawn on c4. And let's even say if the knight goes back to b1, now, what to do with this pawn? If you just gonna give it up, then the pawn structure is gonna be quite sad, I think, for black, at least temporarily. And they need to be very, very careful with white not putting like a lot of pressure. And all
Mhm.
those pieces, they're also kind of struggling to find a good place to develop. Bishop a6 is possible, of course, but white has so many pieces to attack this pawn on c4 that eventually it's gonna be lost. And the question for black is to how to lose it. Yeah, what moment to pick, what to play c3 or not to play c3, to play
Yeah.
c5 maybe, to use this time to improve the pawn structure while white is getting this pawn back.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good point actually. If you're losing this pawn, it's always good to make sure that you're taking something from white side too. Another very interesting idea here after b4 is to play knight e2. And this is a move that I don't really liked because you're
Mhm.
stopping your bishop for a moment, and you're just holding on the development. But if we make this move before 92, the idea of this 92 is to get this knight on g3. So let's say knight f6 now, attack on e4. Knight g3, we're guarding this pawn on e4 and attacking the pawn on c4. So now black has to play bishop to e6 to keep this bishop, pawn on c4. And at this point, white can simply play bishop e2 or bishop to g5. And as both knights are now on the king side, there can be really nice king side attack for white. At some point, bishop g5, knight h5, e5, h4, and so on and so on. That's what Lei could count on if Tan plays b4.
Yeah, let's back up a little bit and just show how this line normally happens, I think. So the game started with d4, d5, c4. So d takes c4, the queen's gambit accepted. And I think that's how it usually like a more usual way for this position to appear. White plays e4. The only problem, as far as I understand, there are other moves except
Mhm.
b5, right? So white protects the black protects the pawn on c4. White attacks this pawn on b5, c6, knight f3, e6, and then we have this position right as in the game. And as far as I understand, knight c3 that was played in this particular game is not the most frequent guest in the tournament practice.
Mhm.
Usually, white takes on b5 first, but again, there are so many positions like this with the knight on c3, and let's see what Tan is gonna do. She's taking her time.
Yeah, that's right. With this moves, I have a feeling that Lei wants to keep the complicated position still. A lot of pieces still on the board, not to clean up, because she perfectly well knows how what's the strengths of Tan Zhongyi. And Tan Zhongyi can be the player who is not easy to beat. So that's why maybe Lei's a choice is to keep the complicated position and to have possibilities of some kind of tactics. But it
Well,
is so
yeah.
early to speculate, right? It's just the
It's
opening.
still it's still open. Yeah, it's still early, but it's I mean, usually players play pretty fast as opening moves because when if for example black gets and if black takes on c4, that means they should have prepared something for this kind of setup from white side. Of course, when you take on c4, you should always expect white playing e4, and then if you play b5, a4. So everything's been very logical. I know that there is a line that starts with the move a6, even though we did say that there is a trick and white can take
Mhm.
on b5, but that's sometimes it's possible. Nevertheless, white goes for this line and they get some compensation for this exchange, but I don't think I mean lately white has been doing very well in this line, and that's why after knight c3 nowadays black rarely plays a6, because again engines mm, prove that the compensation after bishop b7 is not enough, and that's why we see different moves in this position right now, such as well b4 and bishop b4 is also possible. We didn't mention this move, like just pinning the knight and not letting him take on b5.
Yeah, this is another option here to play bishop b4 with the idea of knight f6 later on and hit the pawn on e4. In these structures, very often white's idea is to break the center with d5, and that's something that Tang has to look for, because if white plays d5 at the right moment and if it's a good move, then it can totally break down the whole center and the queen side for black. Bishop b4 just avoids that in a way, and I think that's the choice of Tan, as she just played bishop to b4, I suppose.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Bishop to b4.
Okay, let's see. Yes, bishop b4 is on the board. We can see it on the video, at least for the moment.
Mhm.
And well, let's see what Lei is about to do. White here in this position sometimes just develop, as you said, bishop e2 and
Mhm.
castle. And there were even some games where white castle, despite the fact that black can win this pawn on e4. But
Mhm.
again, getting all those pawns gives white time to uh, better put pieces and to put some pressure on the king side. But we see that Lei answers almost instantly with bishop d2,
That's
developing
interesting.
another bishop, unpinning the knight on c3 straight away, and recreating this threat of taking on b5.
Yeah, this is still a theory. I think not very popular one with white. But anyway, you want to take this opponent a5, and the most common answer here from black is to play a5.
Hmm.
So basically, you are strengthening your bishop on b4. And this can lead us into huge mess, because after a5 white should take on b5, and then you can take the knight on c3 and take the pawn on b5, so black will remain with extra pawn on the board.
Taking with the bishop after bishop takes c3.
Yeah,
And then you
that's
play d5, right?
yeah, and it's probably a very messy position for
Are you familiar with this line? Have
I
you
don't
seen?
like to play. I never play this one because I think it's too complicated for my brain. I like when I control everything, and this is game of two players. Like you might just lose the control. So my first choice is to play E3 at the very beginning.
Mhm,
But yeah, I have been through these lines because of
mhm.
my coach. He wanted me to
But
play it. I never liked it.
okay, but they look very very exciting, all those lines, and you
Yeah,
expect
yeah.
some fireworks very soon.
Yeah, that's true. You can win very easy if your opponent plays bad. Not necessarily Tang will play bad in this one. She knows very likely the opening, but it's like one small mistake and that's it with any of the color, with black pieces, with white pieces, and that's why it's like more
Mhm.
tricky.
Okay, but now, I mean, it's Tan's turn, right? She needs to do something about this attack. She needs to pick the direction to move to. It can be some counter attack, right? It can be something else.
Mhm.
It can be moves such as a5, as you mentioned, hoping to take on c3 and to take back on b5 if white captures on b5. So again, we're waiting for Tan's decision. I'm sure she's analyzed this line, she's seen it, and she has something prepared.
Yeah, another move here that's equally played here with black is knight to f6.
Hmm.
So you are ending up your development on the king side. Your king is ready to castle. White's king is still on e1, so it's gonna take some time to castle for white. But the idea of this move is to hit on e4 pawn right away. So if you now take the pawn on b5, then you will lose the pawn on e4. So you should look for the lines like bishop takes, knight takes, or c takes b5 in this position. White will get very strong dark square bishop. That's true. But chess is very concrete game. And yeah, after takes probably maybe on b5 first.
On
Maybe to take
b5.
on b5 first.
Okay.
Yeah, to have this idea to push a5 at some point to go after
Hmm.
the dark square bishop.
Right.
um but it's double-edged position. Someone might choose to play here with white because white has pair of bishop, and at some point if you push d5, this bishop will be a monster on the dark squares.
Mhm. Okay, we'll see what Tan will do. Is she gonna play knight f6, putting pressure on the e4 pawn? Is she gonna play a5, preparing to take on c3 and take on b5, and kind of putting the pawn onto the square where this bishop can potentially go to get to if black doesn't play a5? Is just gonna simply protect this pawn on b5 with one of her pieces? It's also
Mhm.
possible, right? Something like queen b6 can be reasonable enough. So
True.
let's see what's gonna happen. But as far as I understand, yeah, there's some kind of this line actually, some one more move order where this line can happen, and it's happening sometimes. Oh, I'm sorry, e6. I think knight f3, right? Something
Mhm.
like that.
From
D
Slav defense, yeah.
from the Slav defense. Is it a not boom variation? No, isn't it the one?
I know only
I
Slav
think the name
defense. The
is a.
sidelines
No, I
names
used to
are
play
so
it. I used to play it with black when I
yeah.
was younger, like the Slav. Then e6, knight f3, d takes c4, and I liked it so much with black.
Mhm.
Because it gives indeed some a lot of potential, right, for counterplay, and I like this kind of positions. But again, as what I've heard, it black was not doing so well in this line lately, and that's why it lost its popularity. But maybe Tan
Ah,
reassessed
it's
this line.
fashion. It might come back to to play something old. Yeah, this is indeed very interesting. And Alexandra, it's quite a heavy start of a day for these two players. Like they are taking quite some time at the very starting of the game. It's move seven only.
Hmm.
And each of them are taking like 5 minutes per each move,
Yeah, it
average five
surprises
minutes.
me. It surprises me quite a lot, especially thanks along um, thinking right now. I mean, I imagine there are many lines to be prepared for with Black. I'm not sure. I haven't checked her repertoire, how familiar she is with all those. Taking on c4, different queen's
Mhm.
gambit accepted. Had she played it before, or had she prepared it specifically for this match? It also gives you a lot of information, right? Because
Yeah.
one thing is to prepare it, and absolutely another thing is to feel it with on the tips of your fingers. That's why I was when I was saying that it's quite um, ex- it was it was pretty logical to see the first d4 move from
Mhm.
Lei, just because she's been a d4 player from the very beginning, and she feels some small nuances. She knows where her pieces need to be moved. You cannot, rely totally on your memory. You
Mhm.
sometimes need to have this intuition, where to put your pieces, where to move them, and what direction should move. And this intuition is just an experience that you get out of many hours and years analyzing and playing the same line. And this experience, this intuition cannot be learned in a day.
Yeah.
So that's why it's very interesting to see actually what Tan has been playing throughout her career after the first d4 move as Black. And I will
Yeah,
be
that's
able to check
I
it.
was just checking while listening to you.
Mhm.
And what I can see is that after D4, Tang's first move that she chooses the most of the time is knight to F6. That's what
R-
she plays most of the time.
right, and after c4,
And after C4, she goes with E6.
knight f3,
Sh-
and
and
d5.
then she goes here B6.
Ah, Queen's Indian. So it's a
Yeah.
totally different set of openings. And again,
But she
um,
also goes with E6 and D5, and
mhm,
after knight to C3, there is few games where she took the pawn on C4.
mhm,
Few
mhm,
games that she took on C4. But if we go back and check the
mhm,
games of after 1d5, and I was trying to get the same position here. After knight to F3, she has never took on C4 before. So she
mhm.
usually plays either C6 first or knight to F6. And that lists her in a different type of opening. So, according what I have in the database, she has never had this kind of setup before.
Okay, so she might be not as familiar. Of course, she's like analyzed it at home. She's played, I'm sure, several training games. Um, are these games gonna be enough for her to demonstrate her best here? I don't know. We're gonna see. It's I've noticed that lately Tan Zhongyi, she started preparing like no some kind of an opening for a tournament she's never played before. At least she surprised, I think, Katerina Lagno in the
Mhm.
candidates in this pool B first match that she eventually won. She played, I think, the dragon variation
Mhm.
after the Sicilian, so you don't really expect to see this, and it worked pretty well against Katerina. And probably the same tactics, the same strategy for this match to surprise her opponent first, right? We remember yesterday's game, where she played second d3 and opted for some kind of well, just a positional setup, just to get out of the opening fast, to get
Hmm.
some time advantage, to know, to be prepared better a little bit than her opponent. And here as well, I think she did surprise Lei as early as move 3 with this d takes c4 on move 3. But again, since this game transposed into some line, some another opening, and it seems that Lei is familiar with this opening, with this position. She's been playing pretty fast, and she must have a good idea about what's
Yeah,
going
she
on.
just played actually queen to
Hmm.
b6 times Zhongyi here after long thinking. I think she took 7 to 8 minutes for
Hmm.
this move, maybe even a little bit more. So she clearly says, "I'm not giving up this pawn to you. I'm bringing the heavy pieces into the battle, guarding the b5." And this is the time when Lei has to let it go, because she can't really fight for it anymore. Like if she goes b3, I don't know if she's strong on the queen side anymore, because Alexandra after b3, black has this move bishop c3, bishop c3, and b4. I don't know. Is there a5 here? Is there a move for white, or black is just pushing the pawn forward on c3 and
I
having
think so.
this beautiful pawn chain?
Well, the
a5,
Valbar is saying that everything is under control. You see,
mm,
a5, yeah, and the queen needs
queen
to get
b7
to
probably.
b7, yeah, and something probably. Well, I thought I was thinking about a6, but then I realized the queen can get back to b6, right? You don't
And
have to
a6 is a
take.
weakness. Yeah.
Yes, so something else can be played, maybe as simple as just getting the bishop back to d2, and
Mm.
after c3, putting it to g5. A weird pawn structure, or maybe in, well, I'm not sure.
I don't know about these pawns. I would be so scared if my
Yeah.
opponent has pawn on c3, well guarded by the b4 pawn.
Yeah, but
So,
we see that the computer somehow is not scared at all, because it knows probably that you're gonna have some trouble with development, with putting this king into safety. Because imagine if you play knight f6 in your castle, and there's just one knight guarding the whole king
mm,
side, and after bishop d3, e5, bishop takes h7, black's king is gonna get in trouble.
trouble. Yeah, there's also 95 knight c4 ideas to
Hmm.
dominate fully on the dark squares. So that's something that is worthy to know. You might give up the pawn. Your opponent might have really strong pawn on c3, but if your pieces are better, that's what matters in the end of the day. Bishop e2 has been played.
Hmm.
Lei just decided that okay, she can just let it go for the moment. Maybe castle, and still these ideas are on the board to play the queen to c2, e5, knight d4, and try to bring some kind of kingside attack with knight g5 later on.
Yeah, just a quiet developing move. Okay, White says, I'm a pawn down, but
Mhm.
we're not playing just in pawns. It's not only about pawns. I will finish development. I will put all my pieces onto the central files, and who knows then? I mean, and then black can just collapse because it's so hard to find good places for all those pieces, right? This poor bishop on c8 is kind of suffocating behind these pawns on white squares. This knight on b8 cannot be developed onto c6 because of this pawn that is disturbing him, and if he gets to d7, it's not so clear where to go next, and it's just gonna disturb his
Mhm.
colleague after knight f6, e5. With the knight being on d7, it's not so clear anymore where to go with this knight. Okay, to d5, there's always the square. But if white castles, knight d5 can be impossible because of knight takes d5. So a lot of questions to.
I
Uh,
love the way
um,
how you're putting the arrows. I think chat would really appreciate that and like that
yeah,
picture.
arrows. I love those arrows, so let me know if it's okay or I'm putting just too much.
Love
I'm
it.
into
I
my
think Chad also
creative
loves
artist mood. Too many arrows, you see. And Chad doesn't like those arrows, but I do like
No,
to.
I think it's opposite. I think everybody really likes that. Well, it is so nice that we can demonstrate like that because during the chess games, sometimes that can be the factor. Like when you're calculating long lines and there's no arrows, you can move your pieces. Sometimes you are forgetting where the pieces are really. Never enough arrows. Yeah, that's true. That's true, actually.
Well, if we kind of sum up like the opening moves, I think again, I mean, not again, because in the first game, Tank, we had the feeling that she was better prepared. She was more comfortable with the opening moves and she was putting
Mhm.
pressure onto her opponent. While now Lei seems to be very confident. She's been playing relatively fast with relatively rare moves in this line, demonstrating that she had analyzed this position. She had prepared something before the match, and well, I mean, if you're not familiar with this kind of position with black, I would be very, very, uncomfortable because, as you said, this position is very, very double-edged, and you really need to be very careful because if you make one inaccurate move, you can end up in a very bad situation. And of course,
Yes.
Tan doesn't want that to happen. She brings her knight to e7 in order to avoid all the ideas connected with e5. After knight f6, for example, if white castles, then white is threatening to play e5. While here, e5 is not leading to anything. It's not attacking the knight, right? So it's and the knight on e7 is more flexible in a way. It can get to g6. It doesn't close the road for this pawn. Who knows? Maybe at some point, black will be ready to play f5 in order to get this knight to d5.
Very interesting situation. And Alexandra, this is also something that reminds me what you just said earlier in some of the lines that if black castles, there is only knight next to the next to the king who is guarding. Kind of similar position. We see all these queen, bishops, knight, and the rook on the queen side, and the king is just alone on the other side. So what it would be if white castles here
Mhm.
and starts to attack with pieces like, let's say, 95, bishop to g5, and even maybe f4. Not necessarily need to push f4 and bring the all these pawns forward because you're gonna also weaken your king. But it's possibility starting with queen c2, in fact, to hit on h7 pawn, e5, knight g5, 94, 96 ideas. That's something very comfortable for sure. Another thing that I was thinking at this point can be to play h4. These days, h4 is a move that we all like to see, and not to castle with white, just to keep the king in the center. So
Ah,
far, this
in the
king is
center.
not under
Well,
pressure, and to get this rook on h3 and g3.
wow, something like the French defense style.
Yeah.
I didn't consider it. I don't think actually Lei would. I mean, who knows? Let's wait because
It's
this kind of
interesting.
h4, rook h3, rook g3 maneuver is possible, but I think only after black castles, right?
Yes.
If Lei, by the way, just played queen c2. She's waiting for her opponent to make this decision. Because if black castles, then we can talk about all this h4, h5, knight g5, e5 ideas.
Mhm.
And they can be pretty unpleasant because, yes, indeed, there is only one knight protecting and guarding this king side. And how to protect it? Um, is it going to be possible at all? So that's why black, I don't think they should hurry. with this decision of castling. They might still try to improve the position on the queen side somehow. They have
Hmm.
some waiting moves, and voila, the move bishop b7 is on the board. So black is not
Not
castling
going to
just yet.
castle yet. Yeah.
Yes, and I think she has every reason to do so. Bishop b7, developing the bishop, although it's hard to name it really development yet while the pawn is here. But who knows, one day it may get to c5 and open up this bishop and put some pressure onto the center. So maybe let's see what white is going to do. Are there any more improvement moves that can delay castling? Such as
Hmm.
even h4 that you mentioned. Now the bishop is on b7, so rook h3 is not getting under attack anymore.
Yeah. H4 is the move that is waiting, is not creating any weakness. You can even castle after that, and you're perfectly fine in that position. As we said, black is very much focused on the queen side. Um, and it is also unpleasant to wait for this moves like h5, h6 later on. So this is one opportunity. Another opportunity is just to castle here and
Yes,
anyway to play this position.
it
Uh,
creates a trap. I mean, after you castle, there is a threat that there is a move that white wants to make next, which is not possible with the king on e1. So, for example, if black plays knight to d7, it loses almost instantly. Well, not loses, but gets white a
mhm.
huge advantage after knight takes b5. Because right now, bishop takes d2 comes with no check, right? The king has already left,
Yeah.
and white has this intermediate check onto d6 and then knight d2, knight c4, or maybe another knight. Knight c4, knight d2, even like that is
Mhm.
possible to grab. So huge
Yeah, beautiful.
advantage, decisive advantage for white. So black needs to be careful, and castling seems as the most logical move indeed. I mean, just to castle and then see create this idea of taking on b5. Black needs to be careful, and if black castles, then white can consider starting this kind of attack on the king side.
Oof, I love it. I love it. That's a nice trap indeed to castle here and wait your opponent to blunder something. And 97 is a very logical move too, just to wait and wait until you castle. Yeah, maybe that's the one. But I really have to mention that it is probably a very good opening choice for Lei Tingjie, knowing that she's very dynamic player. She's very comfortable in tactics. This is the position she wants to have, not any other boring position like some kind of positional maneuvering things, but to have possibilities to attack the king, to make some traps and so on.
Yeah, but again, it's as you mentioned before, it's pretty double-edged, right? Black has this extra pawn. They're a pawn up, and this initiative. It looks very pleasant. I mean, I tend to choose and prefer positions with initiative, but we know, I think, pretty well this initiative is something that slips away so easily. Immaterial is something that stays for much longer, so
Mhm.
you got to be careful. You Lei lost her first game, and she shall not, you know, over push. She should keep the pressure on, yes, but should be quite careful with. Uh-huh. And she does not castle. She
Ah,
is
b3.
not, she has something else in mind. Yes, she plays b3. She undermines these
Hmm.
pawns immediately. And let's see what we can expect in case and after c takes b3, queen takes b3. And Let's first start with b takes a4, right? What kind of position it is. The king is still on e1, unfortunately, for white, because otherwise knight takes a4 would have been possible. But now white needs to take with the rook, probably.
Yeah,
And there
attack the
is, ah,
bishop.
no, wait. This rook is protected. So black can get away with this bishop and take with the pawn. Oh, I'm not very familiar with this position, as I can see from the val bar. Every single move I make, it just doesn't like it. So maybe, maybe we can see a little bit. I think after b takes a4, rook takes a4, a5 is also possible, right? Maybe that's the move to
um,
make.
can we consider to go to the end game? Like, let's say after queen takes b3, uh, to take on a4 with knight to force this end game.
hmm
The idea of this move is to go to the end game without queens. We have beautiful c5 square.
hmm
We have open b file. Oh, black also has the open b file, but we are the first who is getting there.
And
That's so tricky.
if
I don't
yeah, but
know.
then I think I mean again we have this hint. The eval bar is saying that it's
Something
nothing.
is
Maybe
wrong
just
with
castling.
that.
Maybe
Ooh,
no, because I thought
not
that
that.
I can castle, protect the rook, and then take the bishop. Oops, and grab the rook on a8. But no, that's
I
not
think
the
rook
move.
to b1 here. The idea of
Yeah.
this move
hmm
is to attack b7 and b8 as well. So
No, wrong choice again. I think rook to d1 actually. Look, because we're not only attacking here,
stop the
also
bar.
not the best move. Yeah, hard, you see, hard to say, but we're attacking the queen and we're getting ready to play knight c4. But the computer thinks otherwise.
Hold
It's
on. How about queen to b7?
yes.
Queen to b7. You
Then
take
bishop
and now
d1,
cover the check.
bishop d1. Protect the knight and then grab the rook.
Mm.
Wow, yeah. And if I castle, I'm I'm not able to capture the queen, right? Somehow to trap it.
To trap the queen. Probably
No.
not, because I have queen a7 also on the way to
Wait.
capture this pawn.
hmm
White castles, and it's a lot of pieces.
Well, just one piece, but it's not enough. It says, unfortunately. Yeah, because you can still even castle, or you can take on a7. Yeah, so you see, not so easy, and I like very much. And it's happening. I like very much your idea with capturing on a4 with the knight, because indeed, after this exchange, in case black just simply exchanges the queen, those
Mhm.
beautiful knights, they're
Yeah.
coming onto a5, c5, and yes, white is a pawn down, but this
Oh,
pawn,
you can give this pawn anytime in this type of positions and play.
yes,
It's
especially, for
perfect. It's
example,
perfect.
yeah, I want to show you, I know, again, this tactic, yeah, but it's working, it's
It's
working.
working. Knight
Yeah,
on
because
b8
I
is
thought that the
hanging.
knight on c5 is going to hang, but in fact, the knight on b8 is hanging as well.
Hmm.
So there are some lines, and again, as I said earlier yesterday, when all those tactics start to work in your favor, that's a very good indication that you've done something well.
Yeah, true. And if you take this pawn on a4, knight a4, you don't have much of the choices, Alexandra, right? But you
Indeed,
have to
yeah.
go to this end game, because otherwise your queen is hanging, your bishop is hanging. So maybe something should be better in here. Although the bishop on b4 is hanging right now, and move like bishop c3 to give up the dark square bishop here at this point with open position might be just too much.
Yeah, so there is just one move left for black, which is a5. If b takes a4 doesn't work, as if bishop takes a3 looks very bad, right? What
Hmm.
else to do? You cannot retreat your bishop because the pawn is going to be hanging. So maybe just simply protect it. And yes, the pawn is hanging, so white can win it back. But okay, then this bishop on b7, it can. It can protect the king. Black can play bishop c6, and well, maybe everything is fine for black.
Yeah, the whole difficulties now is gone. Almost the half of the board is gone. You have a beautiful bishop on b4 guarded by the pawn, and you are very close to castle. Should be all the problems just solved in this position. So a5 is the move that we might be witnessing soon from Tan Zhongyi here. Maybe instead of taking on b5 here, Lei needs to keep pushing and just finalize development and just castle.
And castle finally.
Mhm.
Maybe, but then again, shall we consider bishop takes e3 and b4?
Yeah, that's probably the possibility. However, I think that after b4, white can keep this bishop on b2, aiming on g7, d5 can be the threat. 95, knight c4,
Hmm.
e5, 96 is a possibility. Still game on.
Yeah, I like it much better than capturing on b5, where black seems to be solving all her problems, but maybe something here. What else? Quite a complicated position, right? With a lot of tension on the queen side, and this tension can kind of jump to the king side as well as soon as black castles.
Yeah, that's for sure what lays waiting in this game. She looks quite fresh. She looks like she has recovered from yesterday's terrible blunder, and today is the day when she is moving a little bit more, not very much focused. Because I felt that at some point she just got tired, and that's why she just blundered the material there and the almost the whole game. And Alexandra, then she could still save in the end with queen to b1, which I still consider to be the hardest move of a game to find.
Yeah, but she got this feeling. It looked as she knew she had something, but she just wasn't able to find it
Mhm.
in terrible time trouble. So, one of the conclusions that she can draw is probably that she should avoid getting into such time trouble, right? Because that's exactly the point where you start to lose control over things. You cannot control it with just 30 seconds on your clock, especially if your king is under attack.
Yeah, that's true. We're waiting for the move from Tanjongi. She is taking 5 minutes and she's
And
going a5 is the move. We have seen some of the lines after a5. Now it's time for Lei Tingjie to trade the pawns on the queen side and go to the end game, or keep the pressure on and just castle. You guys, we're gonna see all this action. I think it's just heating up. We kind of have quite heavy morning, Alexandra. It starts really slow. Players are taking so much time. The position is so complicated, but hey, that's what we want to see here. You guys, these two players, both of them grandmasters, Lei Tingjie with white pieces, Tanzangi with black. Layla have lost yesterday the game, and today is the chance for her to get back the point. Now we're going to take a very short break, but you guys don't want to miss any of these sections. The players are not taking any breaks, and they are keeping to play. And the moment we're back, we're gonna have a lot of updates. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, one for sure is interviewing the Holocaust survivor in 1956, French women's chess champion Isabelle Schockel. Started out as a podcast for Ladies' Night in the Grid, and it turned out that I got a chance to travel to Paris and actually meet Isabelle herself. That's a little piece that's going to be coming out on chess.com soon. That was just magical. I mean, I'm Jewish, and seeing the rise of anti-Semitism is really disturbing. And to be able to talk to somebody who was almost slaughtered in one of the worst atrocities of all time, but is still living 80 years later, and really not just living, but thriving, like providing so much inspiration to everyone around the world. I mean, it's a magical moment. Like, this is like one of the reasons why we play chess and why we create art for moments like that. So I feel really lucky to have met Isabel and thankful for that. Also, another moment that really stands out for me was when Judith Polgar visited my US Chess Girls Club. We had hundreds of girls there from all over the world. In fact, we had girls from Kenya. We had girls from, obviously the United States, from Colombia. And we also had adult women there as well. So it was a huge turnout, and Judith was just so charming and brilliant in her answers. In particular, I noticed that a lot of girls asked her similar questions on a variation of like, what do you do if your confidence is shattered? What do you do if you lose a few games in a row? If you're scared, if you don't know what to do? And it's funny because Judith's reply was so striking to me, because she was just like, oh man, these questions are tough for me because I've always been so confident. And she did manage to reply, but it was interesting to me to see that was a bit of a struggle for her, because she has always had that confidence that she was great. She hasn't suffered from imposter syndrome. And I think that's a big secret to her success, and just a reminder of how important confidence is to becoming the best chess player that you can be.
For this year's Olympic Esports Series, Chess.com will host the online open tournaments to qualify 8 players into the live finals in Singapore. First, we host an open blitz qualifier open to non-title players. The top 42 finishers will then join the title players in the later stage. If you have always dreamed of playing on the world stage with top players from around the world. Now it is your chance. Qualifiers begin April 1st at 5 a.m. Pacific Time, 2 p.m. Central European Time. To find out how to compete in the Olympic Esports Series 2023, use comment OES in chat. And indeed, this is another crazy event ahead of us. But before that, we have the finals of the women's candidate here, Zhongyi, with black pieces against Lei Tingjie. She has won yesterday against Lei, and today she is fighting to keep the leader's position in the match. On the other side of the board, Lei Tingjie wants to equalize the match. We are here for you guys, Katie and Alexandra. Alexandra, we took a short break, and when we're back now, we have this move a takes b5, which we consider to be just fine for black. Let's now once again dive into these lines, what black can play after ab.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, it's surprising to see how long of a time Dan is taking here before capturing back. I think she's just double checking that after c takes b5, bishop takes b5, bishop c6, she's not losing anything because there are many moves for white to consider. And of course, when you see this eval bar sitting at home and commentating, you know that everything's under control, while in the game you're not so sure. You need to like calculate different moves such as queen a4, such as bishop d3, and then trying to understand what's going to happen with your king in case you castle. Is it going to be in trouble or not? So all those thoughts, of course, are needed to be taken into consideration. And Tan has her time. Well, even though she's been thinking for quite a lot. Yes, now she's capturing back on b5. Well, so there was no other really reasonable choice, to tell you the truth, or at least it felt this way because knight a4 was in the air, and it was very difficult to neglect the pawn on b5. While right now it's we want to see what Lei is about to do, because after bishop takes b5, bishop c6, bishop d3, and then play knight d7 or castling even though we mentioned several times that the king is kind of let alone on his own, but this knight is guarding this side pretty well for the moment, because as soon as you play e5, of course, white wants to castle first to get away her own king from the center. But when, for example, after castle, knight d7, and if white plays e5, then yes, she opens up this bishop, but at the same time, you see the Valbar jumping low. Well, it's just because a black has
Mhm.
some counter chances. Well, here, for example, it just bishop takes f3 and queen takes d4. So not that clear what to do next with white. And if we imagine the situation where all pieces are traded away, then this side pawn can make the game for black. This side pawn can become a very serious weapon once it starts running towards the a1 square.
Yeah, that's right. I'm actually surprised to see Light's decision to take the pawn on b5 and potentially open up the light square bishop on this long diagonal. Very likely after bishop c6, she will just capture this bishop, not to keep the bishop on the board. And at that point, after all, Light didn't really get too much out of the opening. Bishop
Yeah,
takes
indeed.
c6, knight takes c6. You have to castle probably. Black will castle, and here we have the position where white has this strong center, but not enough pieces to use this space advantage in the center. Like basically, there is not very strong threats to black after these changes.
But you also need to be careful about the pawn on d4 right now. I mean, if you castle, can black just simply take it on d4, or you have queen a4 idea? right, in mind. You wanted
Yes.
to do something, maybe.
Well, I was actually thinking about queen before I did too, but it's not really working there. But knight d4 seems to be a little bit tricky here. Maybe take and knight to b5.
Yeah, but then, okay, the rook is hanging, right? So I don't have time to take on e4, and you want to play um, bishop takes b4, so I'm kind of almost. If I take on d2, there is knight c7 coming, and it seems that black is in trouble. So, yes, I need to be careful.
Mhm.
They cannot take straight away on d4. And probably, yes, that's how the game can continue. Because this bishop, if it's not exchanged, the slight squared bishop on c6, it can suddenly start playing a very unpleasant role uh, in the game.
Yeah, that's right. Shall we see this line here after castle? If black also castles, if
Mhm.
white can push d5 right away and to start to annoy the black's pieces with that.
Yeah, so a lot of concrete lines, forced lines that you need to calculate, and you need to mm, make those decisions based on these calculations. So it's always quite hard to do
Mhm.
what to do here. Black can take, then white takes back, and you always need to see all those possibilities. Knight takes b5 and e takes d5. Well, I prefer even knight takes d5 if it's possible, just to unpin this knight, to put the pressure, to use this pin.
Mhm.
So maybe e takes d5 is not the best solution for black. Then maybe jumping straight into the center would be a better option for black, because it kind of almost forces, I think, white to take. And then this bishop is hanging. And after rook d1, for example, what what can await us? Quite a complicated position, right?
Yeah, that's true. Here, black
Maybe
can
even
play
a4.
some, yeah, risky moves.
A4 seems to be
Ah.
interesting, because if rook takes e4, I take, and then suddenly there are two pieces that hanging. If I take with the queen, there is bishop takes e3. If I take with a knight, there is bishop takes e2. And if not, as I said before, this pawn getting closer to the first rank, it just, I mean, its power increases progressively.
Yeah, that's true. Uh, not to allow black to get this pawn to forward. Maybe this pawn will not promote to queen at this point, as rook is still there and white has plenty of pieces. But white's pieces are getting really dominated by black's pieces here on the queen side. So a4 now creates a lot of danger to the queen side of white. So let's get back at the current position. Bishop c6 is on the board. Lei is taking her time, and the time situation is that she has 1 hour and 7 minutes. Tan Zhongyi has 53 minutes, not big of the difference on the time. And so far, this is move 13. We can't really predict that this game can go the same way as yesterday's game, right? That we had such a time pressure for both players on the clock.
Yeah, now many pieces and pawns have already been exchanged, so kind of feels as there can be, one more firework, and then everything will be gone, and the game
Mhm.
will be ended in a draw. Somehow, I don't know. Lei was playing um, so fast, and as she knew where she was heading, and I liked her position. I liked the kind of pressure that was in the air. But somehow, after this decision of playing b3
Mhm.
and of exchanging on b5, it seemed that the pressure she might have had kind of evaporated, and there is not much of ideas left, although we see that she does refrain from exchanging these bishops. She decides to keep this bishop, this light squared bishop, on the board, uh, maybe hoping somewhere in the future to use its power to attack.
That's very interesting decision not to trade, but if white has this strong bishop on d3 and has a potential to be open up, then we have also talked about the light square bishop for black that can also be open. So after this move, bishop d3, I think it's time now for black to castle. Shall we take a look what happens after castle, and if white castles as well, how black is going to develop then the knight from b8?
Well, they need to develop it to d7. And now it's white turn to show where she's hiding to, because d5 I think doesn't work, mm, just simply because black can capture on c3.
Mhm.
And then, well, I mean, there can be some exchanges like these, and then maybe, who knows, as I said, a few more exchanges, and we're gonna see, well, maybe not exactly like this, but something like that, and it's just gonna be a draw. It can happen very fast because it feels like, resources are kind of slipping away. There are fewer pieces, fewer pawns especially left. Pieces are, they haven't been exchanged actually yet, as I realized, but there are
All of them
fewer.
are still alive.
Yes, yes, there are some pawns on the queen side already got exchanged, and if and when black plays d5, many exchanges can follow, and yeah, something like the line I just showed might happen.
Yeah, very interesting position. Here, if white needs a plan, white really needs a plan. If white plays knight to g5 to starts to annoy this pawn on e6 and make some threats, or to play then e5, then you simply lose the pawn on d4.
Yeah, exactly.
And there will be no tricks because then the bishop on d3 is also hanging. So how about we play first bishop e3 to
Hmm.
guard this pawn, and then to threaten some move like knight to g5. But as I was talking now, threat is d5, and black can simply play queen to b7 actually, and go after e4 pawn.
Yes, they can. And again, yeah, again, it's up to white to do something about this center. I mean, the center looks very, very nice, right? But when it's under attack, you have to decide what to do about it, how to either to push it, but then a lot of weaknesses along the white squares, or maybe try to support it somehow. And then, play rook b1, queen
Mhm.
c2, and maybe at some point um, find this right moment to push it forward.
Yeah, very interesting. In this position, I think we're gonna go at this position somewhere close very soon. Tan just played knight to d7,
Hmm.
and Lei castled. Tan also castled, so
Hmm.
they have the similar position, but started with knight to d7. I don't think there is a big of difference between this move order. So here we have, and now it is White's turn to make some choices. And Alexandra, we were talking about the center on e4. And this is the center you don't know, is it strong center or the weak center? Because like you can't really move freely with your pieces because they will be hanging. Like the pawn on d4 is hanging if you move the knight, and the pawn on e4 sometimes can also hang.
Well, it's an everlasting discussion, right? What is better, to put your pawns onto the central squares or to attack the central squares, right? Some openings are based on this discussion, such as a Grunfeld opening or even Queen's Indian, where black let white put pawns onto the central squares, but then they put some pressure onto it. So we'll see. We'll see who's gonna handle this question better.
I have to shout out to our moderator, Anita, in the chat, who seems to be in the best shape. I think better shape than the players. and,
That's
and
great. Yeah.
brings a lot of very interesting ideas in the chat to, you know, bring some topics here. Uh, there is a topic of the food. I see the food.
Don't talk about the food because
You
I'm
don't
getting
want to talk.
hungry. Yeah, I had breakfast quite early at 7 a.m. And so now it's like almost lunchtime and it can bring,
That's a dangerous
yes.
territory. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
Mhm.
That's what I thought too. Um, but yeah, this game to me is a little bit slow, right? Little bit
But
slow
it's often start.
starting.
I mean, chess games often start like this, in this
Yeah,
way,
and then
especially
hits that.
classical chess games, where players take a lot of time for their first moves. They are trying to, to get some edge out of the opening and getting slow into this middle game, and then then the time trouble starts, right?
When
Wherever
Daniel
anything
comes
can.
here, I think it will be a right moment and he'll be very hyped and very happy.
Yes, so he picked the
Right
right
time.
time to join. Yes, exactly. Now we're doing the rest, right? So
Yeah.
we tried to do our best to discuss the opening, and well, we can always talk about women's chess, right? The European
Mhm.
Championship actually just finished yesterday. So there were so many games, as I mentioned, to follow, and this is just these women's candidates. It's just the tip of women's chess mountain, if you wish. It's of course this. A mountain that's steep where all the players are trying to get, because as
Mhm.
you mentioned, there is a huge prize fund, yes, a lot to fight for, and then a world championship match, of course.
Right.
We're all dreaming of getting there and playing there, but there are so many great and strong players who are also desperately trying. So it's interesting to follow all those roads, all those fights, and the European Championship was amazing. So many great games. And actually, yesterday, during the third round of the Women's Grand Prix in New Delhi, also all four games were decisive. So a lot of excitement going on right now in women's chess, a lot of emotions, interesting
Mhm.
games. And
Yeah, talking about this tournament, Alexandra, this is a really hot topic still. We passed few days, but it's still an ongoing thing in social media. Uh, the uh, the unfortunate events that happened in New Delhi, that two of the players have withdrawn from the tournament. And I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's one of the first times when someone um, left the tournament. Two players actually has left the tournament in round robin. Like maybe there is some cases in open tournament, but in round robin this changes and complicates the whole situation so much. Um, how would you consider this whole process? Is it somehow positive because there will be some good changes in the future, or do you think that it's just negative? So it's just negative for the
it's
players and
very
the
hard,
chess.
of course. Yeah, it's very hard to evaluate and to predict what it might bring us.
Mhm.
Uh, Usually, I'm against such drama and against such harsh feelings, especially when two players need to withdraw. Uh, it it's painful for me to see, because this Grand Prix series is supposed to be a celebration of women's chess. It's a series that's been running for quite some time, but with a significant prize fund, and it's supporting the leading players, the leading
Mhm.
female players so much that it's sad to see that some unfortunate circumstances led to such a disaster for the third leg of this series, Women's Grand Prix. I had not been there, right? I had not I mean, I was just following the situation from my home, so I
Yeah.
don't feel it's like ethically correct to assess what was going there, because again, we just heard some rumors, heard some interviews, right? But we, if you haven't witnessed it with your own eyes, you should not, I think, I mean,
Mhm.
add up some more spice into such a hot topic, and just well, at some point of course, when you fight for women's rights, we're not only in chess, some hard decisions are to be done, some harsh words are to be spoken. But I just don't feel, I mean, it just felt so wrong that everything somehow backfired exactly at the moment, at the tournament, which is supporting women's chess so much and with such a high prize fund.
Mhm.
Because there are so few tournaments, women's tournaments, with a good prize fund nowadays, that it's sad to see such drama happening exactly in one of them. And again,
Yeah.
we can
True.
argue how things were to be handled, but I don't think I'm in the right position to judge. I would have done things differently from both sides, from FIDE and from both players. But again, for me as a player, as a spectator, as a chess fan, as somebody who's been like a big advocate for women's chess for such a long time, it's sad to see such
Mm.
dramas. And I just, well, now I wish this tournament would go on and would finish, although it kind of, this two players withdrawing, with those players who are left playing just 9 rounds with 3 free days. It's a little bit strange to see, but okay, we take
Mm.
what
Yeah.
we have. And um, again, mistakes happen, especially if you're trying to do something.
Mm.
It's those who are not doing anything don't make those mistakes. We as chess players know them. But the most important thing after those mistakes happened is to analyze them and to draw correct conclusions to avoid them in the future. And I just do hope, as a women's chess player, I do hope that these events that happened in New Delhi won't mm, lead to just to those
Mhm.
Grand Prix tournaments disappearing at all from the women's calendar, because that's gonna be quite tough and quite a significant loss for women's chess. Because again, there
Yeah.
are not enough tournaments for women, and that's what we should be working with FIDE, with organizers, with sponsors, with women chess players as role models, and
Mhm.
that's what we should try to bring the attention to organize more events, online and offline, just to have to let women chess players participate more and earn more money and be more motivated to play.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. I agree with you, Alexandra, that we're not at, we were not there. We don't know much of the things, because when you're there, you see everything. You have more emotions with that. But on the other hand, we can uh, be more neutral with our thoughts. And me personally, I believe that it is somehow very hard for those players, like all of them, not only those two players who withdraw and did not play the tournament, but also the rest of the players who went there for the competition. And now this is really complicated what's going on there. um, but in long term, I am really positive that this case can lead us into something which is well planned, well sponsored, and also like somehow change the whole situation in a good way for all the women. As you said, this is one of the tournaments that you can lead to the finals at the candidates, right? You're getting more points at the Grand Prix. Two players have rights to qualify at the candidates tournament. So it's very important. And anything, any decision can be crucial for some of the players who are leading this tournament. And you know that quite well. You're also competing yourself. You have played your two Grand Prix already, and any changes like this can affect two players, um,
Well, any
directly or
player, yes, any
indirectly.
player can be affected. But
Yeah.
again, of course, players deserve the best, right? The best
Mhm.
conditions. They need to have, well, I know how difficult it is to be able to focus and work hard and to fight throughout those long 2 weeks of
Yeah.
such a tournament. Playing conditions, plays, any single, I mean, every single detail is important. But I just, I'm a strong opponent actually of
Mhm.
changing rules
Mhm.
throughout a cycle, throughout tournament. I mean, there are regulations, and those regulations there are to follow. They are worked at. We can, I mean, discuss them in between tournaments. We can argue that one point should be changed or another point should be changed, but the start of the tour of a tournament is not the place to start changing those regulations. I mean, there is clear like rule what to do if one player withdraws, and there should not
Mhm.
be any discussions after that. That's why
Mhm.
I was so surprised that all these dramas actually started. It was very unfortunate, and really, I would like to be as optimistic as you are, but I'm not.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I
I'm
understand
not.
your point. You are actually it can affect you. Any decision can affect you because you're competing. Myself, I'm very neutral and I see things different. I don't have that much of the emotions. I cannot have the emotions that much. So just hoping for the best. And clearly, there is a problem. This problem has to be solved. Maybe it is brought with a huge drama, very unpleasant for the players. I'm sure no one is a good situation right now, but hey, maybe it's just a good beginning of something good.
Yeah, well, let's
Alexandra, to
hope
get
so. Yeah, let's hope so. But
yeah,
we should
let's
just
hope so.
we should understand that I think there are I mean, there is a responsibility from FIDE, right, to organize well, to find
Mhm.
sponsors, to bring attention to women chess. But there is also responsibilities. There are also responsibility from chess players. So that these responsibilities they should be mutual. We cannot like say. Like from FIDE's point of view, okay, I will neglect my responsibilities and will force players just to make them play and
Mhm.
don't listen to them. There should be a dialogue. This dialogue should be kept going on. Like in between tournaments, but not during tournaments. There cannot be any discussions
Mm.
during tournaments.
Yeah.
That's why there are regulations. And let's hope, yes, let's hope that again, this unfortunate situation, very unfortunate situation with two players withdrawing, and actually two players withdrawing even beforehand, we simply forget
Mm.
and neglect about, and it's very sad. So basically, in total, four players withdrew for different reasons. Again, the situation is going to be analyzed calmly, not in the
Mhm.
middle of this emotional chaos,
Mm.
and the right conclusions are going to be drawn. And for the moment, let's focus on the games. They are going on. I mean, this game, the second game of the final match of the women's candidates is taking place, and yes, round number 4 of this women's grand prix is going to start in an
Yeah.
hour or so. So many exciting games, strong players in action, so let's enjoy it and let's do our best to promote women's chess, to attract more attention, sponsors, and hopefully tournaments into this world.
Yeah, right. We have here quite a peaceful match of two players. The biggest drama was yesterday, Alexandra, when the unfortunate blunder happened right before the 40 moves, just few moves. before the increment. We have not talked about the time control. For those who just joined today, this is round two, guys, at the Women's Candidate Tournament. And the time control is quite standard, where players have 90 minutes for 40 moves. And after 40 moves, you're getting 30 minutes of increment. Many people thinks usually this is a really long time control, but for chess players, it's never too much time. Alexandra would agree with that.
Oh,
We
it's
like
not
to have
enough,
increment.
right?
Yeah. One thing that gets our attention here in this particular game is a few moves that we have been talking. We had these rook moves, and then once again, Lei brings the bishop on in the game, bishop f4. Remember yesterday
Yes.
she played bishop f5. That was very crucial for Tan Zhongyi. And now after bishop f4, Tan is thinking for about 9 minutes, and she's struggling to find the spot for the rook because she just developed it on b8. She doesn't want to go back on
Well,
f8 or
I
any
think she
other
should.
square.
She should
There's no
go
other
get
option.
away from this attack. She should um, move the rook away from this bishop, and I think probably it's not such a big deal for compared especially to yesterday's game, right? Bishop
Mhm.
f5 was so much more powerful there, while here, okay, black of course like put the rook quite logically onto this open file, but we were talking a lot about this pawns in the center and how important it is to attack them, to put pressure onto those pawns. So maybe getting the rook to d8, although it's not an open file, but just yet, who knows? One day this pawn can disappear, and or
Mhm.
gets exchanged. Then the rook will eventually be on an open file. So rook d8
Yeah,
might be.
Alexandra, I have to admit that I had a temptation to check one line with the engine
Mhm,
right now.
mhm.
So I was wondering what happens if black keeps the rook on b file. Why she's not playing rook to
So
b7?
a4 you mean?
No,
No.
no, rook to b7.
Rook to b7. Okay.
Yeah, and here's this line. Let's take a look. After d5,
Yeah, too many
we want
pieces.
to we want to drop this bishop. Now black has knight to c5 to attack the queen and the bishop on d3. And white has this interesting idea to sacrifice a queen with d takes c6, knight b3, and c takes b7. The rook is hanging, knight is hanging. Black has to take the pawn on b7, rook to b3, and here engine gives advantage to white.
Well, white has a material advantage here because she has a rook and two pieces for a queen.
Mhm.
Queen is 10 pawns, right? Rook and two pieces are 11, 5, 3, 3. So even counting like materially, it's fine, but okay, there is one more pawn, right, for black. Without this pawn, the position will be completely lost. But usually, like many pieces against one king, several pieces against one queen is
Mhm.
better, especially in the middle game, right? Because, well, just you can use the coordination between those pieces. You have more chances to attack, to create some ideas. So, yeah, the position is great for white here.
Yeah, so that's interesting. If I actually plan to go there, we can see that the time that Tang is picking here is 10 minutes. She's thinking quite hard to make decision. Where if you bring this rook back, let's say
Mhm,
c8 or d8,
mhm.
knight e2 can can win something.
Well, yeah,
Can it?
yes, and that's why Tan is thinking because it's very important, right, to calculate everything to make sure that she has enough uh, ideas
Mhm.
to reply against, for example, such moves. I don't know here, like knight f6 can be considered
Mhm.
or something like this, trying to attack the pawn on e4 and again to put some pressure on d4. And thanks to the
It's
fact that
interesting.
this square is under control for the moment of this bishop, while it's still alive, white cannot play rook e1. Of course, they can capture the bishop, right? And then,
I was thinking actually, how about we play knight bishop to g5 first? These three pieces on this diagonal they're looking so good for this bishop. And if we take the pawn on e4, then I can take on b4 and win the knight on e7. How
Yes,
good that
yes.
sounds for white.
Yeah, that looks very good because
Mhm.
the pawn on e5, e4 should not be taken apparently immediately, but what should be done? That's another question. Not a very pleasant one, I must say, for black to mm, find an answer to, right? Because during the game, okay, now we see the val bar being almost at the like equality, but during the game, you have no clue whether you're
Yeah.
winning or losing. You don't have this hint saying to you that, okay, there is something in this position, look for it, and if you find it, you'll be able to equalize.
Well,
And
there is a history of some players having that possibility,
well,
but they
okay,
were
we won't
banned
talk about those
for
cases.
some
Yes, we
time.
rely on the fact that we're in the fair play mode always, unless proven otherwise, right? Hmm.
Yes.
Okay,
That's true.
so,
Yeah, okay.
but if we're
Um,
back to what can be done, something,
Bishop f4. I love this move. I really love this move.
well, it's always nice to attack your opponent's piece, right?
Hmm.
But there is something. Okay, come on. We should be able to find it. We should be able to find some counterplay for black. Who knows? Maybe just getting your rook back to b8. And getting your rook back to b8, the rook b8 might be the answer. No, it's not. Apparently, it's not.
Ah, can we do some? No, we can probably play e5 here and do the Greek sacrifice because we are giving up too many pieces probably. e5, knight d5 to take on e7 and then to take
Yeah,
h7,
but
knight
yeah, I can
g5, queen
take with the
h3.
bishop, or you want to take it
Yeah,
first.
that stops. Yeah, yeah. Take the first on b4 probably.
Hmm. I can take with the queen as well to exchange them.
Queen
Uh,
c2
every single
or
move I
bishop
make.
h7.
Yes, bishop queen c2 is very strong. So I
Yeah,
should take with the pawn. And then, well, no, I don't believe it's a very beautiful line, but I just don't believe it's
not enough.
possible. So
Knight
just
g5.
there is no checkmate, right? Here
It's only check.
you run out of pieces, yeah. But I don't think you should give up your material so easily, and you can actually prepare what you were implying. Queen c2 looks pretty good here. Every single
Mhm.
move I make, the Valbar does not agree with it. Okay, guys, sorry. The position is quite complicated, as you can see. It is Stan still thinking, yeah, she is, and actually, it's just 35 minutes. 35 minutes right now,
Uh,
and
Very interesting. Let's take a look once again at the profile of Tan Zhongyi. Here we have this chess player who is the reigning women's rapid chess champion. She won the tournament in Astana right before the end of the 2022. She has qualified at the candidates tournament because she got the top three places at the FIDE World Cup. She has won a lot of junior tournaments, youth tournaments, and also she has been in the top players for more than 20 years that I can recall. I mean, she has been in the chess for 20 years for sure. And I can remember her name, Alexandra, to competing at the high level since forever. So very experienced chess player, very strong grandmaster, and we have described her style as being very strong and positional player.
Mhm.
Would you add something to her chess character rather than that?
Well, I couldn't define her that clearly, to tell you the truth. Um, they're, as I said yesterday, they're pretty balanced with Lei and Tan. They have some similarities, probably some
Mhm.
influence that they got in their childhood, right? Getting um, and being brought up in the same like environment, club. Who knows? Maybe their first coach was the same person who influenced them in a way. So, um,
Oh, Alexandra, do you know that my first coach is the first coach of my grandmother too?
oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Amazing.
Yes, yes. So that's something very interesting that a lot of chess players are having some kind of memories or the traditions or the stories. I'm sure we have a lot with them, but unfortunately, we don't know these two players in particular that open, right? We don't have much of the interviews and the much of the information of Tan Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie, but one thing we know for sure, they are very strong players. They got the right to get into this tournament. And now one of these girls gonna fight for the world championship title. Once I was corrected when I said girl in in one of my posts. Maybe I should say woman, but when there is a participant at the age of 26, that's quite relatively young in chess world, and that's why I do. So I hope no one takes it too hard. Rook d8 has been played, Alexandra. Here, is there anything better than knight a2 here, or knight a2 is good enough to go?
Yeah, 92 looks very powerful indeed. I mean, I did try to defend this position with black right after 92, and I must say that I failed to. So, why not attack this bishop straight away? And yeah, maybe like knowing the evaluation already, we can we can agree that probably rook a to b8 was an inaccurate move, because somehow I
Mhm.
was looking at this position with the bishop already on e3, but in fact it's just on d2, so there is no d5 threat in there. And who knows, maybe black could have used this time to unpin herself, right, to bring her queen out of this annoying knight a2 idea that is about to come to life right now.
Yeah, she's taken some of her time. Look at the time situation. Now this is significant difference. 20 minutes difference on the clock. Lei is taking out the edge on the clock as yesterday. But I think yesterday was a good example for her not to invest too much of her time in some of the moves. So really expect her next moves to play it very fast at this point. Can we consider here d5 still to play, and then to play knight a2 right after d5?
Well, we should always consider such moves, but I'm afraid that after d5 there is knight c5 possible. No, it
Hmm.
looks pretty annoying. And
Hmm.
then white doesn't have time to get through because the knight will take on d3. So it's kind of white is going to
Can
be
we actually?
Mhm.
I was hoping to pin with bishop e3 instead.
After
Knight
instead of
c5
queen
and bishop
c2,
e3.
bishop
Yeah.
e3. Well, maybe it's, but then you wanted to play knight a2, or what did you want to do in case of e takes d5?
Yeah. Let's say knight to a2 now.
Then
But
I'm
is
just afraid that you're just losing more.
Yeah, really counted on knight g5 for long,
But it
but
just
bishop d5
indicates
is the
that
move. Yeah.
d takes e4 is not the strongest move here. What is d4 is also possible. Oh, I'm afraid Maybe just bringing my queen also away might work very well. If I just bring it, to c7, if I just try to unpin,
Mhm.
because then you kind of obliged, or it feels this way, that you need to take on c5. I take on c5. I have such two strong bishops and an extra pawn already, and your knight is on a2, so it's not so clear why did white start
Yeah.
playing so aggressively.
Yeah, that's really unnecessary. Also, like, agreed with that, and she played knight to a2 just now,
Hmm.
attacking the bishop on b4. She is aiming to win the pawn, and if she wins the pawn, then with these active pieces and very strong center, she will have very good chances to win the game. And at this point, Tan Zhongyi needs to find some way to keep the pieces together, not to lose any material.
Yeah, exactly. And she's starting to feel this time already, right? So we're just at the move number 18,
Mhm.
and she spent almost an hour, so two-thirds of her time till the time controls she spent. But the most complicated part is just starting, right? The middle game where there are a lot of calculations, and right now this knight a2 is quite annoying because you don't really want to um, play an endgame being a pawn down. There are different ways, right? Different endgames like this where the pawns are on one side of the board, but here white has 5 pawns versus four, and
Mhm.
that's usually um, gives great winning chances to a side with material advantage. 5 versus 4.
Tajanki is going to play. She is bringing the knight on f6. That
Okay.
is exactly what
Hmm.
we were predicting. So she's counter-attacking the pawn on e4. If white takes the pawn on on the queen side, black will take the pawn on in the center. So now let's take a look. What are the options? Is it possible to push now e5 here?
Well, you offered, I mean, bishop g5. We analyzed
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bishop
bishop
g5. We,
g5
we
a
agreed
while
that it's
ago.
good, right?
Yeah, no, e5, I don't, I almost never like unless you win something huge,
Mhm.
because it opens up the road for this bishop. It gives up a lot of uh, white squares, right? d5 and f5. And even after e5, even, for example, um, if I just go back and you win this pawn structure, I just don't believe you will be able to win with it. Yes, 5 versus 4, but then it's so easy to attack this pawn, right? It's not mobile anymore. As soon as this pawn moves forward, this one is just stuck on d4 forever.
Mhm.
So I liked your
Yeah.
proposal of bishop g5 so much more, putting the pressure onto this diagonal. There are so many pieces right now there, and using this small tactical trick that knight takes e4 and bishop takes e4. They're both not possible because of this pin, because this bishop is just overloaded. It's protecting the knight. It should stay on the b file to protect the queen. So quite a difficult position. Suddenly, out of a sudden, quite a difficult position for black. I mean, what to do right now? E5, I criticize this move, but there are some ideas connected with d5 first, and then after
Mhm.
black captures on d5, e5, right? So with this sacrifice, you kind of block this d5 square, you block this diagonal, and then you use this time to attack the knight. So there are some tactical ideas in the air, and of course, you just simply want to take on b4. So the question is what to do, what move to make for black. It's not that easy to find just a simple move to protect from everything that we just discussed.
Mhm. Yeah, bishop g5 is the move that is for sure gets our attention and players' attention to. Um, is there any any other move. Can we take a look if knight g5 can create any danger to black?
Yeah, we're gonna
The
just want
idea,
to say that it seems that after bishop g5 there is only one move, well, that the computer suggests, but I mean, for me, it's so
what
hard
is
to
the
do.
move?
Like, it's the move h6, and the computer just agrees to go for this position, and probably somehow it just calculates further down that here there is an f5. Here I'm just guessing, but suddenly, even though this like king side structure was destroyed, it's important in the middle game. In the end game, it doesn't matter so much, and black will eventually gonna win back this pawn.
Well, wow, that's pretty line, but very unlogical.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you are threatening to take this knight and pin,
that's
and you
so
play
hard to
h6.
make such
Oh.
moves, right? Such decisions, just because those pawns, and you open up the g file in front of your king, and it seems that, I mean, white can use up this factor. I mean, somehow bringing the queen closer to the king side and trying to attack those pawns, but I mean, the
Mhm.
computer. mm, Still, as you can see from the eval bar, evaluates this position as almost equal, although it's so hard to believe. So yeah, let's have a look at what else the position might bring to us. What else? What other candidates there are? Also, bishop g5 is pretty tempting, but as we know, especially in the classical game, if you see one good move, you should look for a better one. And maybe just simply protecting the pawn on e4 with rook f2 e1 can do white many good, because keeping the bishop on f4 means keeping the control over b8 square, meaning no rook can get into there and no one to protect this bishop anymore. So what black can do after a simple rook f2 e1, they can try to attack the bishop, right, with the knight, but then the knight is getting to the side of the board, and even if I get to e3, I think there are some ideas with d5, and still the bishop is under attack. So what should
Yeah,
black do
beautiful.
in case white simply protects this pawn on e4 and kind of retake this idea of taking on b4?
Yeah, looks
And you wanted
very,
to
very
analyze knight
interesting.
g5, right, you said? But then,
Just an idea.
yeah,
When
but
if
then
you take
probably.
on d4, bishop c4 moves to just complicate the position if
Yes,
there
but
is anything.
usually you need to complicate your position if you're in a bad situation. If you're in
Mm.
a very good situation or in a solid situation, you
You
want to
don't
keep the
need
tension,
it.
you want to improve your position little by little. You don't want to lose this balance, to let your
Mhm.
opponents so many chances to start giving up material, especially in such a short match, right? Almost,
Mm.
well, for a place in the World Championship match. You want to play it safe and solid. And again,
Right. We had a comment which just
mhm.
popped up on the screen, says that if I was playing with white, I would not have no idea what to do. Well, you just answered that you should not complicate the position
Try
furthermore.
improve your position. Yeah, and actually Bishop g5 just has
G5
just
has
been
happened.
played. Um,
Actually, Alexandra, I wanted to suggest that there is rook to e1 is the move that I love to keep this rook here, and there was also rook to c1, very interesting idea. So you
which one?
are rook to c1, rook f to c1.
Mhm.
So the idea can be to give up the pawn on e4, but bishop
But why
c7
do you
can
want
get.
to give up your central pawn?
It's not my pieces, Alexandra, and the game is
Yeah, yeah,
really
I
long,
see.
so
But I don't know. I just don't feel
I
like
want to
giving them.
suggest
Ah,
all
right.
the
And you
nice
want to play
moves.
Bishop c7, right, at the end.
Yeah.
I see. Yes,
Well, it's a
maybe.
trap. It's not just you are giving up. Okay, let's get back on bishop g5. That has happened in the game, and this position is good enough to have for white. And as we have mentioned here, black cannot take the pawn on e4. That's a trap. And on the other hand, white is threatening to take the pawn on queen side with simple move like bishop knight to b4.
Everyone would have been, yeah, it could have been like the best move in the position, but unfortunately, as we already discovered, right, after analyzing, after getting like around all those lines, that it looks very powerful indeed, and but there is a drawback. Let's see what's gonna happen if after h6 white just plays bishop h4. How does it? Um, but then it's not so clear why did this bishop go to g5, right?
This is interesting. Probably knight. There's g5 move that you have to consider here.
Yes, you should.
Maybe
Yeah.
engine says that's how you should continue to play here to attack the bishop and very likely to get the pawn on e4 now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also knight g6. Those two moves are something that you can clearly consider here.
Yeah, knight g6. Mm-hmm. I was thinking that probably after that I can take on f6, I can capture, but yeah, that's not logical because it allows black to play g5 and yeah, maybe simply taking. But then again, unfortunately, after knight b4, a b4, queen b4, and this exchange, there is f5 coming up, and even though white had an extra pawn, but it doesn't seem to be enough to win the game. I mean, they can try to protect it somehow, right? But then just probably just gets lost automatically, almost by force. Something like this might happen, and it's gonna be draw.
Yeah, we had a comment popping up on the screen that
Mhm.
this 20 minutes gap might make a huge difference in the end, can decide the game. That's actually what I was thinking yesterday. But you guys, we have seen the ability of Tan Zhongyi to make moves, the best moves on the seconds. When she speed up suddenly in the middle game and saved all the time on the clock, and then Lei was the one who was actually struggling on the time. So this very very interesting style,
Ah,
and
look, 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 look,
it
look.
is quite unpleasant for many of the players to play against this kind of players. Who do you think that who you think that has no time on the clock, but they do have this ability to play very fast, very good moves?
But it depends on the position, really, because Tan was playing against the king yesterday, and it's so
Mhm.
much better to attack. And so she was lucky in a way that even though she was like falling down in material, I mean, behind in material, but she was the one, using up this initiatives that was in the position. And as Slay demonstrated, it's very hard, but we know that it's very hard to play against direct attack. And uh, yes, she had a winning position the moment she blundered, but again, we discussed it yesterday, and it's a very interesting question, how to get this decisive result, how to get this victory. Sometimes if you make like the strongest possible moves in the position, it's going to be a draw because they kind of don't unbalance the position. But if you go for like risk, if you take it, if you accept it, if you start sacrificing, you kind of start shaking this boat, then one I mean move it may turn around, like flip around. But again, who's gonna win in those complications? You never know. So it's up to you whether to play solidly or take this risk, and you need to consider all the factors and use your intuition as well.
Yeah, that's actually true. A lot of factors in chess. Uh, the engine bar gives huge advantage now to
Yeah,
white. Rook to
somehow.
a8 to b8 has happened. Seems like this is not the accurate move. The accurate move was h6, but it is it is very very hard to find out this kind of move unless you don't know the engine suggestion. So after rook to b8, is there a move that white can do here d5.
Yeah, that's
He
what I
takes
was saying
d5 and
about. Remember,
e5.
I was showing this idea, which I like a lot, because if you play e5, right, straight away, there's knight d5, there are bishop takes f3, there are many kind of moves to consider, which feels a little bit uncomfortable to play e5 with. And instead, if you include this d5 move, if you first start with it, and after he takes d5, you have all the time in the world to play e5.
And
And
actually, it
then
wins the
this
piece.
pressure,
Yeah.
it wins a piece, because if the knight retreats somewhere, no matter where, there is just bishop takes e7. And yes, rook a to b8 protected the bishop on b4, but it didn't protect the queen enough, and the bishop can not still move away. I mean, it can, but unfortunately, it leads to losing the game. And well, what can I say? After d5, I have only one suggestion left for black. If e takes d5 is not possible, maybe it's time to sacrifice your piece somehow.
Oof.
But
So
then it
difficult
doesn't feel
decision.
enough, right? It doesn't feel enough.
Bishop
Yes, bishop
c4.
takes f3.
Bishop c4 here.
Bishop c4, I mean, one possibility, yes, protecting the knight on f3, right? And it feels as black is in trouble. What else to do? Let's try not to panic. Let's try to analyze something like bishop to a8. But then I'm afraid this pawn might be
Can we
hanging
push?
a lot.
Can we push here d6?
Wow.
The
You're
thing
playing
is,
brilliantly today. You're suggesting such a brilliant
blunders.
moves. No, not blunders, but no, very interesting possibilities that I mean, I don't even consider, because I calculate something, something simple, but you're like d6.
No,
and
I
my
blundered queen d6 actually. I was looking for rook d6
Mhm.
e5 ideas, but I
Mhm.
completely blundered queen d6.
Okay. Yeah, okay, but probably that's why I was calculating like a simpler d takes e6 with the idea to play bishop c4. But okay, we see that the Val board doesn't agree with us. It says, okay, girls, come on, you can do better than that. There is something.
Well, okay, maybe Valbar is not agreeing with us, Alexander, but there is very, very strong grandmaster who would agree with us all the time because he's very polite, polite man. So now I think it's time to bring our heavy forces into the commentary. Daniel Naroditsky will join us, guys, very soon. For that, we need to take a break and bring him in. You guys, please don't go anywhere because game is still on. It is very complicated position. Will Lei find move d5? Will she play actually this move d5? We're gonna find out very soon, and we'll be back with Dania. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Women's Candidates Final, and we brought Daniel Naroditsky here at the commentary. Daniel, we were saying earlier, just a minute ago, that Engine Bar is not really cooperating with us today, but you will, because you're a gentleman and you're just approaching at the tournament at this commentary at the right time again. Hi, and welcome. How do you feel today?
Oh, hi, Katie. Hi, Alexander. Always a pleasure to be here. I feel like I'm the who walks into the movie theater an hour after the movie started and I'm loudly chomping on my popcorn. But yet again, I've managed to come right when the action has reached its peak. Literally, the move D5 has been played, and we know what the move D5 means in any position. It means action, and I can't wait to unpack the action with you guys. Looks like Lei Tingjie is off to a phenomenal start. I'm really impressed with the way in which he's come back from yesterday's devastating loss.
Yeah, that's right. Just to make sure that we are at the same page, can we just go back to moves? That's where all this action started. Actually, when the rook went all the way to b8, we can take a look from that place. White played bishop to f4, attacking the rook, and then the things went just with a flaw here.
Yeah, bishop f4, hit the rook. The rook moved to d8, where it's vulnerable to potential bishop g5. Knight dropped back to a2. So all of the sides of the board start collapsing for black. Now rook b8 is not possible, so the bishop loses its support. Zhongyi tries to exploit the drawback of white's last move by hitting the pawn on e4, but the very calm bishop g5 really highlights how all of the pieces in black's position are hanging. The queen's undefended. The knight on e7 is vulnerable. So Zhongyi trying to bring the defenders back in with rook a b8, but the eval bar shot up, and it's because of d5. Alexander, I feel like this is very much a move in your style. Is the idea just to meet e takes d5 with e5? And second question, is black just losing a minor piece here?
Indeed, I like this move very much. I did suggest that such an idea exists in this position because you want to play e5, but you don't want Black's knight jumping onto this d5 and f5 squares, and you don't want to see this bishop on c6 suddenly open up and show its power. So d5 is definitely the move to consider, and it's such a pleasure to make. No, black is not losing a piece yet, as we can see. It's not, of course, it's a lesser evil, we can say, but the bishop just retreated to the back rank. Tan just played bishop to e8. It's a sad situation, but sometimes you need to take such hard decisions, right? And we also must add that even though it looks so flawlessly well played by white, black did have a chance. Rook a to b8 seems to be an inaccurate move, and black had to react after bishop g5 by playing h6, which is completely not obvious at all. We analyzed with Katie this position, forcing white to take on f6, and then and only then try to get to this rook b8 and get to this endgame, because then after knight b4, queen b4, and all those exchanges, there is f5 apparently. And it seems holdable for black. A very hard move to even start considering, because it's so unlogical. I mean, for black's point of view, because white just played bishop g5, she created this idea of capturing on f6, and you kind of forces her to do that. So that's why Tan, I think, played this simple and very logical rook a to b8, and it led to giving white some time to react straight away, and late jumps for this chance. She plays d5. We see how focused and determined she's right now. No doubt she feels that that's the moment she has a big advantage, but okay, having and getting an advantage is one thing, but it's not enough to win the game, as we saw yesterday. So she needs to keep this focus and this determination, and Yeah,
Yeah,
proof
that's right. Here,
moves.
the engine bar is screaming that white is having winning position. Dania, what would be your first choice here for white?
Hmm. Yeah, I've been sort of staring at this position and mesmerized by White's advantage in the center. The problem is, well placed pawns aren't going to win you the game. The idea that I'm really trying to make work is this move d6, which is good conceptually but fails tactically in this position
Yeah,
for the simple reason that black
I know.
takes
D6
the
is so
queen.
nice, right?
Exactly,
I
exactly.
suggested
Katie
this one.
suggested this move a while ago. She impressed me with this D6 idea, but unfortunately, it doesn't
Just
seem
lost a
to be
pawn with
working.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop hangs on d3. So my instinct is to support the bishop in one of several ways. You could play rook fd1 or rook b to d1, and that might create the threat of d6. Or you could move this bishop away from d3. You could move it back to c2. And all of this exploits the fact, as Alexander pointed out, that after e takes d5, the d5 square is taken away from black's knight, which means that after e5, the knight has to move to e4, and black will ultimately lose a piece to bishop takes c7. So if I'm Lei Tingjie, my top priority is to solve the problem of the vulnerable bishop on d3. But that's just one way to treat this position. You could also play more positionally with something like bishop takes f6. You could really cash in your chips if you wanted to and maybe follow up with, let's say, a queen retreat to b2. So fundamentally, I think there are two approaches. You could go after black's minor pieces by preparing d6, or you can make a move that kind of cashes in your chips, like d takes c6 or bishop takes f6. I think this depends largely on Lei's mindset, but I could see her spending 15, 20 minutes. Could you see her taking a long think here in this critical moment?
Oh, yes, that's what she did last time, as well yesterday, when she had really good position. Then she took too much of the time off the clock, and then she found herself in a very difficult situation on the clock. Position was just fine, but the clock was not something that she was very happy. I think today she will have a different approach. And
Ooh,
here's a
you
lot
called
of
it.
moves, queen to b2, but the engine bar is dropping it just a little bit down. Now it goes back up. What can be the black's choice, Alexandra, if you play this game with black pieces? Bishop f6 definitely is a threat now.
Well, we'll see, yeah, because the knight on f6 is hanging. And actually, when you were discussing different possibilities for white, before queen to b2, right, I realized that there is one more possibility which we didn't consider, which is back to f4. Bishop f4 was also possible. Okay, this bishop was like kind of maneuvering back and forth, but this maneuver seems to improve the position. But okay, Lei had another idea in mind. She didn't want to capture on f6 straight away, right? She prefers to keep the tension, to keep the bishop on g5 alive. Just yet, she might change her mind and consider taking on f6. But let's discuss what's going to happen after e takes d5, right? We need to, like, first have a look at all possible takes and captures, and e takes d5 seems as a possibility, unless, yes, there is e5 again, and the positions doesn't seem to um, change a lot. There is bishop takes e7, uh, always with queen takes b6. And yes, it's still this e takes d5 capture doesn't work. But how to release the pressure, how to get this annoying bishop away from g5? What should black do?
Gosh, this is unbelievably difficult to handle. Yeah, bishop takes f6 is a pretty devastating threat. I'm sort of sifting through all of black's legal moves. I'm not seeing like any way, given the strain that black is on both sides of the board. If you move the knight away from f6, well, that's out of the question because white's going to take on b4. Maybe bishop c5 can be considered, just throwing the position into complete chaos. But then maybe white can shift the queen simply up to c3 and open up a discovered attack against black's queen. I'm kind of at a loss here, and I'm also looking at Tan Zhongyi's clock. I'm seeing 22 minutes for 19 moves. If she pulls this game out, then she is the ultimate magician.
Yeah, another miracle indeed is in making. Bishop c5, bishop takes f6 is also, right, possible to meet
Oh,
this move
still.
with.
Oof.
So bishop takes f6 is a threat, right? We need to I mean, black needs to do something against it because, well, we cannot just ignore this move anymore. Well, at least it doesn't seem so. Maybe playing something like knight g6, or somehow you need to give up this pawn, but you need to find, or moving your queen to c7
Maybe
or somewhere
h6 again
away.
here, the engine move to give up the pawn on f6 and then take on d5 to offer a queen trade at least.
Exactly.
So you're saying it is knight g6 or queen c7?
Oh, knight g6, yeah. Knight g6 looks
knight
good.
g6. So let's have a look at it a little bit more carefully. Knight g6, if white takes straightforwardly, so the idea is he takes d5, suddenly the queens are looking at each other, and the last thing that white wants is obviously a queen trade. This actually does not look palatable in the least for white. So if white takes on f6, then maybe a different move here. But I actually think after knight g6, new possibilities are opened up to white. There is the move e5. I'm a little bit skeptical about it because black might even be able to sack the exchange there with knight takes d5. So it might be the case that knight g6 is like the only move that doesn't lose the game for black. Is that an exaggeration?
Well, even if
Wow.
it is, it's not so much of an exaggeration, right? Because, well, the knight is hanging on f6. Again, if you make any other move, the white is just gonna capture the knight and capture the pawn and get too close to the black king.
Well, to find out this move, knight g6, it's not so easy. You need to spend some time to calculate all these moves and find out that none of them are working. And then you have this knight g6 move. In the end, what do you think, Alexandra? Will this move happening now on the board? Can Tan Zhongyi go through all these lines very fast, not losing so much time on the clock because she's already having 20 minutes, and then play knight g6?
Hard to say because it's so scary, right? It feels as if the knight on e7 kind of protects black from the spin of the bishop, right? Because if you move this knight away, it seems that white can play e5 and there is rook on d8 hanging, and you don't want to move it away. But again, you need to do something.
Yeah, time just play the move. Oh, I don't really see. I think we have not received it yet, but
it's played.
Knight g6. Here we go. It's
Here
on
it
the
is.
board.
Wow. That's impressive. With 20 minutes on the clock, Tan Zhongyi realizes intuitively that she doesn't want to fight the lost cause of trying to protect the f6 pawn. Instead, she steels herself for the possibility of bishop takes f6, and the ball is right back in Lei Tingjie's court because she's not going to be satisfied, I think, at this point, just taking twice on f6 and reaching a chaotic position. She wants to squeeze a lot more out of the position. And another question that she has to ask herself is whether to throw in the move knight takes b4. So you have to assess bishop takes f6. You have to assess knight takes b4 and bishop takes f6. And then there's a whole third category of options where white just keeps the tension because e takes d5. Alexandra, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's a threat still because white still has e5. It doesn't win a minor piece anymore, but it still wins an exchange. So white could very well make a calm move like rook fd1 or a Magnus-like move like h4.
Yeah.
Those also have to be considered.
Indeed, yes, that's what I was thinking about. As soon as you see a knight on g6, you kind of, your hand, is reaching this pawn on h2 and you like willing to play h4. It's so tempting to make this move. So yeah, indeed. I mean, Lei also, I think, considering the time on the clock, she would prefer to keep the tension going, to keep everything as it is, because it's so hard to play with black while so many threats are still alive. And because as soon as you start a first line, it's easier to capture back and to make those moves. While if you're just trying to improve your position, if you're still able to, then it might be a quite good way for white to choose.
So white to play, 35 minutes on the clock. Caddy, I mean, with every move that's happening, I'm getting more and more confused.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I was thinking and wanted to suggest a move, bishop to c4, Tanya. What do you think if we get this bishop out of the d file, so later we can take the pawn on e6. Is that something strong that white can play?
Well, let's have a look. Bishop to c4. My only concern is that it might run into e takes d5, and now you don't really have time to play the move e5. You would have to recapture, and with e5 no longer a threat, at least it feels intuitively like black can breathe a little bit easier here, and maybe
Right.
just decide the situation on the king side with a move like h6. So I like the concept of making a move like bishop c4 to keep the tension, but maybe I don't know. It's a better idea to go from behind with a move like rook fd1. My eyes are still inextricably drawn to h4, so maybe something like this. But then you have to assess a simple move like h6, because once again, the inclusion of the moves h4, h6 don't really make it all that appealing for white to take on f6. This still looks very, like like white's running on empty. On the king side, maybe you can try h5 in this position, but that just sends the knight over to f4. So I was at a loss for moves from black side. Now suddenly I'm kind of at a loss for moves from white side.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
true.
it indicates that probably white should be quite careful as well, not to run out of all those good moves and not to ruin a promising position. Now, let's have a look at rook f to d1. What is black's next move will look like?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, to me, h6 looks like the most direct approach because it finally forces white to decide the fate of the bishop. So rook fd1, h6. Again, you have to look at bishop takes f6, and there's a non-zero chance that we get some sort of endgame if the queens are swapped off. I feel like almost any endgame is going to be welcomed by Zhongyi. Is there any version, Alexandra, where the queens get traded and it favors white? I think the answer is no. Am I missing something?
Well, if an endgame is not, is unavoidable, then we should get ready for it, right? I am considering this line, rook f to d1, h6, that you were talking about. So bishop takes f6, g takes f6, knight takes b4, and all those. A takes b4, queen takes f6, e takes d5, queen takes b6.
Oh my god, how many
Rook
captures
takes
is that?
b6, bishop c4. No, I was thinking about bishop c4 and using the fact that rook actually came to d1, and just I'm proving how smart I was to calculate all those lines. But we see the Valbar is not doing anything. It's just not showing any advantage at all to white. Why is it so mean to us today?
Always. Is it this move? Could it be d takes c4? Ooh. No, it cannot. Rook takes d8, c3. The pawns are going nowhere.
I'm gonna
of course,
grab
I knew
the
that.
bishop. I'm gonna grab the bishop.
I was just Oh, the bishop's hanging. I
and
thought
then
the knight
rook
was
c8.
on f6.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it.
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna
thought
give
the knight
myself
was on
a little bit of
f6,
slack.
right? Oh wait, Danny, I didn't ask you the question. Have you actually had a sleep before before coming here, or you had very long day today?
There's several ways to answer this question. In the way that you're posing it, the answer is more on the side of no than yes. So, my 5:30 a.m. brain is shifting the night. I'm just happy I'm not playing right now because I think the first blunder would come before move 10. But I like bishop c4. I think it's a challenging move. If white wins d5, then that's a long-term extra pawn in the endgame. But somehow psychologically, it feels like it would be very difficult for Lei to accept a trade of queens and some sort of long-term endgame. I feel like after she played d5 a couple of moves ago, she must have gotten her hopes up and hoped for a quick victory. Suddenly, it turns out the black is a lot more solid than she looked just a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah,
again.
that's actually true. And in the match of the sixth game, this is not very long match. Like, for instance, World Championship match would be. It's only 6 games. One is down. Do you think, Alexandra, this can affect Lei in some of her decisions? For instance, instead of going in a drawish endgame where she's secure in this particular game, she would choose rather to go to the complication to get the point. What's your thoughts about risking too much at this point at the game too?
Well, it's not only about the number of games left, but also about the psychological pressure when you're uh, like losing a match, right, to one point, and you want to win back to even the score. But we can say the same thing about Tan. It's also quite difficult to lead a match, I suppose, and it just, well, we'll see if Lei will handle this pressure, because if she misses her chance today, and she definitely had one, she might be quite upset because, okay, she had a huge advantage yesterday and she even lost the game. She still, I think, well, she's having a pretty good game today, and she's pushing a lot. And if she like lets her opponent slip away again, well, she might be, again, psychologically disappointed. It's about your mindset at some point, how you um, play, how you're able to focus on the game, to forget about what actually had happened in the previous game. So it's hard to
Mhm.
say, and that's why it's so interesting to see a match, even a 6 games match.
Yeah, that's right. It's so difficult to get rid of the thoughts from the previous game. Daniel, do you think that at some point, uh, Lei Tingjie will start to remembering what happened yesterday if she then misses the chance to get more advantage in this game? Do you think that she will just feel very bad emotionally if next two moves is not going on her way?
Definitely. I mean, I think the baggage builds up over the course of the match where you miss one opportunity, you're irked. You miss two opportunities, you start getting seriously upset at yourself. At some point, you just, it becomes harder and harder to push all of that away because there were so many other ways that the match could have gone. At the same time, perhaps Lei is inspiring herself with all of the stories of crazy match comebacks that we've seen throughout chess history. The one, of course, that comes to mind is Kasparov Karpov from the 80s, in which Karpov led 5-0. So,
Yeah.
it's very important. And I said this yesterday, I'm going to repeat this now. It's important, I think, not to catastrophize if you're Lei and not to pretend like the match is over. Like, you absolutely have to win with white. A draw in this game, even a loss in this game, would definitely not signal the end of the match. And Alexandra, that's perhaps the one silver lining from losing early in the match. You just have a lot more games that you can use to turn things around.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're kind of getting used to this unfortunate situation. People tend to adapt pretty fast, right? Even to the most tragic circumstances. So, but okay, we're very far from like being that tragic yet. The situation is definitely looking great. For this game, at least for Lei at the moment, even though Queen B2 seems not to be like the most precise way according to the engine. But let's even have a look at the line where White, as you earlier said, decided to cash out, right, all the chips she has. So e5, knight takes d5, and bishop takes d8. Okay, of course, Black gets a pawn for this exchange, but is it enough to equalize, to keep the position even?
Man, it's a hard position to evaluate. The knight is beautiful. It can be supported with a well-timed knight g7 or knight f4. So I was attracted to the possibility of bishop e4, but then it occurred to me that black can play maybe knight g7 is not the most active possibility, but even a move like knight g7 builds up this weird construction with the three minor pieces that are all kind of defending each other. It's like a conga line, and black poses the question, well, what progress is there to be made? If you take the bishop on b4, black can take back with a pawn, and we have the same conga line in place, the pawn defended by the knight defended by the other knight, and the initial knight essentially cannot be attacked by white. So, Ketty, I mean, I feel like in a position like this, white isn't really risking. I mean, let's be real. I don't think black has serious winning chances here, but
Right.
potentially, neither does white.
Yeah, I think this position is better. Like, it would be good for Tan if she gets this position. And Lei might think that she missed the chances that she could get actually more than this one, because not d5 and pawn on b4 is enough to for the exchange, and white doesn't have any real chances here to start any kind of king side attack, and there's no pieces on the queen side. So I think this is something that is not the line that Lei wants to play. That's why she's taking 12 minutes off the clock now. She's not happy. She sees this move like it's right. It's just two moves and you win the exchange, but she's not happy. She's looking for something better. But at some point, when you're considering too many moves, you're spending too much time, then you are making the wrong decisions, right, Alexandra? I think everyone would agree with that. That's after long hours, minutes of thinking, then you are making the move that you are not happy with after.
Yes, indeed. We touched this topic yesterday. Was used that sometimes a long um, thinking indicates just how difficult it is for a player to take this decision. It just indicates that position is not so obvious. I mean, they're not sure of what move to play, right? What direction to take, where to go, what to choose. I mean, they see all those lines and they just simply don't like any of them. And you need to make this decision. You need to make this move.
We're waiting. The just comment just popped up now on our screen. Come on, Lei, you are thinking for 13 moves already. You guys, she dropped the time from 40 minutes to 23.
Oh,
Just like
okay.
yesterday, and we have a move. She goes with rook to f to c1. Dania, this is the move we did not really took into the
We were
consideration.
close. We were
Yes.
one square away. I mean, it's close enough, right? Rook D1, Rook C1. What's the difference anyway? It's just a rook move onto an open file. But in all seriousness, I think this is the kind of move that just tosses the ball over the other side of the net, and poses black with kind of the same type of decision that white had on the previous move. Black can make a move that keeps the tension. I don't know what a move like that would look like personally with 20 minutes on the clock. If I'm Tan Zhongyi, I'm considering just like playing h6 really quickly, and trying to keep the pressure on white's clock and on white's side of the board. So h6 will lead very likely to the liquidation that we talked about, Alexandra. So with a rook on c1, white no longer has your resource of bishop c4 at the end of that line, but maybe there are some other resources connected with like a rook infiltration to c8. What do you think about the placement of the rook to c1 in relation
Exactly.
to this liquidation?
Yeah, I was going to say that oh, maybe actually I did consider putting this rook onto the c file, connected with the idea, well, at the end of all those exchanges to play rook c8, but well, the bishop is on e8, it's not on a8, right? There is no check. So yeah, I attack the bishop, but first of all, the bishop on d3 is gonna hang, and second, it's quite easy to protect this bishop on e8, either with the rook from b6 or with the king. So I don't really see how white can exploit this fact of the rook being on the c file. And definitely black should try to release the pressure, try to attack this bishop on g5 and get into all those exchanges.
After h6, I wonder what would be the answer if white gets the bishop back on e3 and attacks the queen. Maybe the idea of rook c1 is to control this c file, so queen cannot really go on c file, and only square that I can see it's possible to move the queen is on d6. And in those lines, it can fall for e5, or even sometimes like
Whoa.
knight before bishop c5 ideas.
I will admit, this thought didn't occur to me at all. But when you mentioned bishop e3, I suddenly
Yeah.
realized the queen is virtually trapped, and queen d6 does run into e5. That leads to more crazy complications. But it's important that after e5, white has the possibility of capturing the knight on g6, which can be a very important intermezzo if the bishop on d3 hangs. I think that is precisely what white's idea is, Katie. That was a good call. And it's so hard to find a move like bishop e3 because your eyes are focused squarely on the knight on f6. That's what you're trained on. And yet, just a devilish idea, I think, developed by Lei Tingjie. Is this tactically feasible, Alexander? Is bishop e3 her idea?
Yeah, as soon as Katie mentioned it, wow, of course, we all started looking at this move, and we both can agree, I think, that we like this idea because after bishop e3, it's indeed, it seems that queen b7 is the only move because queen d6 gets
Oh,
under e5. But
sad
then,
square.
yeah, it's too early, but then bishop d4 can be played, like regrouping our pieces, building up this battery and putting some pressure back onto this knight.
Wow.
Shall we also consider move like bishop h6
Wow,
instead of
Katie is
bishop
on
d?
fire today.
Yeah, bishop.
Katie
Where
is
is the
on
bishop
fire.
not going? Bishop takes h6, bishop e3, bishop f6.
Oh no, Dania! Bishop e3 first. We don't like this queen to be on b6. We kick it back, and now the difference is that after queen f6, if black
Mhm.
takes on h6, of course, there is no queen trade coming up, so we're not afraid of queen trade.
Right. And so he takes d5 is what you're saying. Does not come with tempo. White can
Yeah.
play a move like e5 and open up pressure on the knight. So if we go back to position after bishop h6, maybe black can sort of calmly capture on d5. The one downside I would point
Bishop takes
out,
g7.
of course,
I
having
I
said
thought
A,
you
we
did
must say
knight
B.
d5 there too.
But what if I take?
Yeah,
Bang.
well, we see the eval bar. It kind of distracts us. It makes our,
Turn it off.
yeah.
It diminishes the romance, of this
Yes,
attack.
exactly. Okay, maybe first we need to play e5. And then
Uh-huh.
something like this.
I before E except after C. So E5, probably black will still play knight E4. And E6 almost works. Small problem, black can take the bishop. But worst comes to worst. I mean, white can drop the bishop back and say, hey, I've got the D4 square. I still have the queenside pressure. This isn't what Lei was looking for, but it's nice to have this in your back pocket if things don't work out on the king side.
Yeah, amazing bishop, huh? Running back and forth in this game. Bishop d2, bishop f4, bishop g5, bishop e3, bishop h6. It's just a bishop play, yeah.
Incredible. Okay, rook fc1. Black is thinking. Ketty, 14 minutes now on black's clock. This isn't where I expected Tan Zhongyi to spend the majority of her time, but I mean, the position just so complicated. I could see this devolving into all-out chaos before move 30. Forget move 40. I mean, it's 8 moves until move 30.
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there, and I'm the devil person here, so I'm gonna take all of you on a break, and just a few minutes before the all the madness starts, I think it's fair to take a break. You guys, players are not stopping to play; they're keeping it pushing. They will play several more moves on the screen. You can see Tan Zhongyi very focused, 13 minutes for her very complicated position. We'll be back in a few minutes, guys, and we'll analyze the rest of the game. So don't go anywhere.
I have 3 puzzles here. Are you ready for the last one?
Well, I want more, like 10 more.
Okay, who wants 10 more?
I need to redeem myself.
10 seconds.
Oh my gosh. I did this exercise like before because in Polish national team we had exercises we had to do 20 of them I think in a month, and this one was one of them, and I spoiled it actually. And yeah, but I think rook e8 follows. I mean bishop takes e8 followed by queen g6 is it wins. It wins because after bishop takes g6 there is knight takes g6 followed by bishop c4, queen d5, bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, like the second one, I'm pretty sure it's obvious. I'm pretty sure that it is rook to e8, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6, and bishop c4.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's rook e8, queen g6. Yeah, rook e8, bishop 8, queen g6.
Yep, perfect. All right.
Rook e8 check, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6, king g8, bishop c4. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, 1 second. So I'm thinking of sacrifice my queen, but that shouldn't work. Okay. Rook e8 check. Bishop takes e8, queen g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, I got one correct. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6. Bishop takes queen, knight g6, king g8, bishop c4.
Completely correct.
Yeah, so at least I got one correct, huh?
This might be a draw. Oh my god! What?
It's a win in the rook.
Beautiful!
He's got this in the bag.
We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
Limley makes it through.
Oh!
Oh! Is a draw so close for Hikaru Nakamura?
Welcome back, everyone. This is the second game at the Women's Candidates Final 2023. Lei Tingjie is trying to get a full point out of this game with white pieces, and Zhongyi is standing really strong and finding the only moves. We are here for you, Alexandra Kostyuk, Daniel Naroditsky, and Katie Tsatsouashvili. Waiting for all the craziness in the Times Rumble, which will come very soon. Dania here, and I think that's what you came here for, to see all the fun
Of course.
in the Times Rumble.
It cannot come soon enough. White with 20 minutes, black with 14. Of course, the time edition only on move 40. And we are on White's 25th move. So there is quite a bit of chess left to be played before the time control. We're getting a little bit more clarity in this position. Both players with tons of decisions to be made, decisions that had to be made on every move. White finally made a committal decision on the previous move. She took the bishop on b4. Black recaptured with the pawn. And before that, White did, in fact, drop the bishop back to e3. So good call by you, Ketty. Now, Alexandra, another decision to be made by White. Bishop takes h6, hasn't gone anywhere. But another idea is to play rook a1, threatening to trap the queen with rook to a7. So pieces are coming off the board, but the position remains just as complex, I think, as it was a couple of moves ago.
Indeed. Many possibilities. We discussed some of them, but it feels like there might be some more ideas in the air, and Lei is taking her time, although she has already less than 20 minutes before the time control. But she's trying very hard to keep this initiative, right? To keep this pressure, to refrain from exchanges, unnecessary exchanges, as much as possible. And rook a1 has been
She's
played.
going to trap the queen. What a sneaky move. I like that. How black is going to avoid to lose the queen, Dania?
Well, the sort of move that one would play in a bullet game, well, probably is e takes d5 and lose the queen. But if you saw, on the off chance that you saw the threat, rook a8 is the instinctual move. I'm searching. I don't see any other satisfactory option. Man, I guess you could play like queen e7, but that seems just masochistic after rook a7. So the big question is, okay, what does white want after rook to a8? How does that additional tension between the rooks help white? Maybe Lei wants to take that opportunity to finally take that pawn on h6. Maybe she wants to go in the other direction with bishop d4. Lots of questions, not a lot of answers here for either side.
Would you consider here to take rook a8, rook to a8, Alexandra, to trade their rooks and hoping to get either b4 pawn or to push d6 forward and create the serious pass pawn, or even take on e6? That's even better.
Yeah, I would definitely consider after rook a8, rook taking on a8, and not only because of these pawns that you mentioned, but for example, after queen takes a8, it feels as the black queen goes away from the 7th rank, and there are some ideas connected with rook c7 somehow at some point, right, start to come into your mind, and that's what I like, and that's what I feel can help in certain lines, such as, for example, rook c7, even here, e takes d5, then e5, knight e4, e6, and suddenly we see that the rook on the 7th rank, together with the queen on b2, somehow start to coordinate and work miracles.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
This is what we call a checkmate in certain parts of the world.
We needed to do that.
Okay, so this is after the trade on a8, and here the move rook c7. But worst comes to worst, white could also play, the more banal queen takes b4, e d5, e5, and this is like a nice warm fireplace and a glass of wine. Here, it's clear that white's not risking, and white's kind of having all the fun. So I don't know if Lei will be able to resist the temptation to take on 8. Maybe she shouldn't resist that temptation. In the meantime, a different move has been played. I thought I saw rook a8, but no, it's rook b to c8 that's been chosen by Tan Zhongyi. What do we make of this move?
Lei was surprised. I mean, the impression on her face, and we talked a lot that this player, it's a pleasure to watch because her face is not still, right? There are a lot of facial expressions, and you can try to read and to somehow get some feelings about her own impressions of a move. And definitely she was very surprised to see rook b to c8 because, well, the rook is not guarding the square a7 anymore, right? We discussed about, I was talking about rook getting to c7, but now rook a7 is possible straight away or with after rook takes c8. But it's such a pleasure to get your rook onto the 7th rank.
That's right. Actually, after rook to a7, I think what Tang has here planned is to take on c1, rook c1, queen c1, and to play queen to b8. And in the position, actually, queen is not on b2 anymore. It doesn't create any pressure on g7 pawn, and b2, b3, b2 comes on the way. So you need to control that. That's a bit difference out of the position we have seen. So maybe rook to a7 is not the move. Shall we take a look at bishop to a6?
That's why I said rook takes c8 first might be a possibility.
First take, because otherwise black takes with check. And now after rook c8, bishop a6, that's game, set, match right here. Okay, that wouldn't be match. That would be 1-1. But the rook on c8 would be lost, and then the pawn on b4 would follow. So black has to take back with the queen. I wonder if Tan Zhongyi has planned this, or could she have just overlooked bishop a6? Because when you get fixated on one move and that's all you're thinking about, it's so easy to miss an alternate tactic. Rook takes c8 is on the board, the moment of truth here. Queen takes c8 is forced, and now white has another pleasant choice. There's that queen takes b4 move that we mentioned earlier with a stable advantage, But maybe you
Oops.
play a move like rook c1 and you try to squeeze more out of this position. Alexander, what comes to mind in this position?
I'm just looking at the
Dania
players.
and Alexandra. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for that, but what I have just saw on the camera is that Zhongyi took the rook, take the hand towards the queen, and she took it back. She was not
Exactly.
sure. She has only two moves. One is not working, and another she did not make that move. She had the rook in the hands and she took it back.
Yeah, but interestingly, she captured the rook first, right? So she like grabbed the
took
rook.
the rook, yeah.
She lifted it up, and then yeah,
Uh-huh.
it was like she was heading towards the queen, but somehow she saw something that she disliked and she put it back. So she did miss something. The question is, what did she miss after queen takes e8?
This is disturbing, though. I mean, you have no choice. You have to take on c. You know, it's the sort of move first, think later kind of rule. Whatever it is you missed, nothing's going to be worse than allowing bishop a6 after rook takes e8. This is very concerning because this might just be a blind spot for Tan Zhongyi. She might be so preoccupied with the possibility of rook a7. We've all made blunders like that where a move like bishop a6 catches us completely unaware. But I'm holding my breath right now if I'm a Tan Zhongyi fan.
What about bishop b6, guys? After queen takes c8, can't it be the move she missed? I mean, I would also miss it, but look, queen takes c8, bishop b6, then rook d6 is kind of feels almost forced for some reason. Then rook c1, and there is bishop c7, bishop c5, e5. So many ideas are in the air.
Ooh, wow, that's a game changer. Also, queen takes b4 there.
Yeah,
hits the
exactly.
rook and protects the bishop.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Bishop b6. So does black have to go rook to d7?
Bishop b5 then.
In response. Ooh. And if rook b7, again bishop a6.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
But maybe then rook b6. Let's make the moves on the board because this leads to some very interesting complications. So what we're saying, just to make sure we're all on the same page here, at the very least, there's queen takes b4, hitting the rook, defending the bishop. Rook d7, Alexander mentioned bishop to b5. And again, we can never forget that rook b7 never works on account of bishop a6. But does white have a way to untangle after rook to d6?
Let's see. Bishop a6 even maybe? And then queen c3, right? No, it's kind of...
Then maybe I get away with queen c3. Although even here, takes,
bishop
and then
c5.
maybe, yeah. That pawn doesn't seem all that dangerous, does it? Or even bishop c7 and d6.
Yes, I was worried about knight takes e4 then.
And then bishop
b5 ideas.
Rook takes d6. Bishop e8.
Takes e8.
And c2, I'm almost there. But
yeah, you gotta waste that tempo on the rook.
Yes. So
What a line.
shaky position for white, especially considering the fact that Tan just indicated she missed something, right?
Yeah, what would you think, Alexandra, if your opponent does like that? She has only move to do, she has no time on the clock, but she's still taking move back and thinking. Would that gives you some signals that something is not wrong?
Of course, that gave me a signal even now when, Tan grabbed the rook, but then started putting it back and thinking. But you immediately start to look at the position and start asking yourself, what could be the moves that she missed? She clearly missed something. And that's how I came up with bishop b6, right? Because you start exploring. And that's actually what you're supposed to do every single move, but it's just so difficult to do somehow. And here you kind of almost... helped by your opponent, you're giving this hint, come on, look, I missed something, think about it.
And I think we've all had stories of as you're making the move, you realize what the blunder is, and it's the excruciating feeling that it's touch move, you have to make that move. And so I think the only thing that you can do is to try to minimize the negative reaction from missing the move, because that could actually help. I had a funny incident like this with Dmitry Yakovenko, who's a super GM. I was playing him and I made a horrible blunder in the opening, as white does play it simple and take on b4. We'll get to the move in just a second. On move 15, I made a horrible move that blundered 2 pawns, and the game. As I'm making the move, I realize what the blunder is. So I forced myself to make the move confidently. I got up from my chair. I shook hands with Vladimir Fedoseev, who came to my board at the time. So I pretended that nothing was the matter. And actually, he ended up missing the game-winning tactic. So these kind of giveaways can really be the difference between life or death. But let's get to the game continuation. I'm shocked that Lei didn't take more time to consider bishop b6.
But probably she likes her position so much that she didn't feel like, spending more time because, well, she's getting loaned and she has these bad memories from yesterday's game. And she feels like she should avoid any serious time trouble today. And indeed, when you were saying about this incident of yours, there was a famous one between Fischer and Tal. I think it was described in many books where Tal made a blunder or something like this. So he stood up and Fischer saw the refutation. So he wrote something on his score sheet. At that time, it was possible, right, to write a move. And Tal was walking. So he showed this score sheet to Tal and look at his face expression. And but at the end, he didn't play, I think, the winning move or something like this. So.
Wow, that's considered to be illegal these days to do something like
I was
that.
taught to write down my move before
Same.
making it. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
me too.
it changed. It's illegal now. Oof, time changed.
Well, after taking on d5, Lei decided to play e5. Very often when we're calculating from long distance some of the line, you're just keeping going. You don't consider any other moves. Maybe that's the reason why Lei did not spend much of the time for bishop b6 move and she captured queen to b4 right away. Now this knight is hanging. And Dania, where this knight should go? Should keep it on e4 in the center?
E4. I vote knight e4. I mean, knight to d7. Knight to d7 is one of those moves. I mean, I just would not possibly be able to resist the move knight e4. And it should be pointed out that pawn sacrifice is a sacrifice in name only. I don't think there's any way that Lei Tingjie is accepting that sacrifice. I think we're going to see knight e4 momentarily. Yes, we do. After the trade on e4, black brings her bishop out to c6, and that position looks about as good as any position Tan Zhongyi has had, I want to say, since the start of the game. So, Alexandra, is there any way that Lei might have underestimated the potency of this knight on e4? Because it suddenly seems to me that White's advantage is rather minimal.
Yeah, well, I was thinking maybe she was planning to play bishop b6 here because somehow this move kind of almost forces the rook to go to d7, and there are again bishop a6, bishop b5 ideas. Maybe she was hoping that she would get something out of this unfortunate position of the rook. And sometimes you go for a line, you just hope to find something. You don't see anything, but you just hope there's gonna be something. And it doesn't always work your way.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, can we take a look what happens after bishop to b6 and rook to d7? How White can continue?
She can
from
capture.
here.
She can capture on e4.
And it's a better version.
Well, I hope so, but I'm not so sure because there is queen c3 and back rank problems might. There is no queen a6 yet, right? Because
I was thinking that too, actually. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, if we go back for a second, is rook d7 forced? My eyes are, for some reason, drawn to a move like knight f4. Obviously, Evalbar has to
Bishop a6.
tackle and delight in my incompetence. Bishop takes d8.
Bishop a6.
Bishop a6, but then queen g4 is on the board.
Ooh, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Hello.
Yeah. Game over.
Daniel planned this, Alexandra.
Yeah, I'm sure about it. I forgot about my king. It was all about queen side and the rook on d8.
Oh, yeah, but this is probably just hope chess of a different kind, and maybe something cold-blooded like 91 solve White's problems. I mean, when the evo bar is so high, it almost deflates my desire to look at these lines. It's just so
Exactly. But
unglamorous.
why? Why? Look, knight e1, knight h3.
And knight
King
g3.
f1, knight g3. Maybe knight
Incredible.
h4. Can it be knight h4? But then no, knight h3 again.
Still
No.
knight h3 and the discovery again. Jeez. Is it g3? No, then I take on f3.
No.
And maybe
Yep.
bishop... No. Who knows?
I mean, but the val bar is so high. Sometimes it's so hard to think with your own head.
It is. It is knight e1, apparently. That's the move.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
And then you take all the knights. King f1, knight g3, you capture
the
one, you capture the other, and you have a great position. Yeah, too many bishops left.
Too many pieces against the queen. In the meantime, a different move. Bishop b6, not played. Instead, rook a1 to c1, hitting the queen.
Okay, what to expect? Queen b8?
Queen b8 offering the queen trade should be the option here, Alexandra?
Seems like it. Seems at least like as a very reasonable move to make. Is there anything else? Is there a queen g4 idea now when Dana pointed it out? Like, opened up this Pandora box now?
Now...
Right, we're gonna need to consider this move every single time. Queen f5, like a more aggressive way of playing. I don't want to draw. I want to win or dream about it.
Yeah, I mean, knight on e4, knight on g6. These pieces are active. If white overpresses, this absolutely could turn into a 3-result game. Queen to e6, so a sort of middle ground approach by Zhongyi. She stays on this diagonal, but
can
keeps
she
her
play
queen...
knight to d4? Like, if you take on e5, somehow to then attack the rook on d8, queen to b6.
There is no knight c6, unfortunately.
Yeah. Bishop's a great
No
defender.
knights, yeah.
Okay, so knight takes e5 is now threatened. What does white do? This basically forces white's hand. Maybe a move like queen b6 at this point is the best that Lei Tingjie could do. But that's not what you want. Or maybe it's time for bishop takes e4.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like the moment might have come.
Oh, but there's bishop c6 at the end.
Wow. And it's a draw, right? Immediately or almost. That.
Or I would decline a draw with black there, because you're going to take on f3 and ruin white's structure.
No, I was thinking about queen c4, but then realized it's not possible.
I'll show that on the board. This is instructive. Suddenly, black takes over the initiative here. Can't take it because of the back ranker. And if white drops the queen back, draw, no thank you. I'm going after your king. Queen h3, knight e5, anything. Gives black a great position here. Keddy, this could turn around. I'm getting those vibes from this position.
Yeah, and we have seen it yesterday. The things turned out when Lei's king was very weak. Zhongyi played all the precise moves. Lei should not go there for the second time. She needs to find something better. So at this point, maybe it's time to trade the queens. Zhongyi is really strong with the queens. How about queen to b6 and try to look something in the endgame?
So you can't take e5 because the knight's going to hang at the end of the line.
Yeah, no, it's not because of that. Too. Because of queen takes d8. Because knight takes e5, queen e6, knight f3. Jeez. But okay, yeah, the rook is hanging. That was the problem.
But even there, gf3, I think, still would win because the knight hangs. But you're absolutely right. I absolutely did not see that the rook was hanging. It's still early.
You really need to watch out for those unprotected pieces, right?
Yeah. And I need to watch out for the coffee when it's ready. Maybe rook to c8. Although I shouldn't flirt with these types of moves. But
well, then I think capturing on c8, queen takes c8. Still, there's some edge for white. No, the knight on g6. I was thinking, yeah, you need to somehow protect this back rank. That's for sure. Okay, two bishops, still some pressure. We know, though, that the queen is very good with knights, right? Usually it coordinates very well with them, but...
Lei just made a move and she goes with queen to a5, the same idea to attack the rook on d8, but not trading the queens. Now this rook is hanging. Is there a move to play rook to c8 or rook to b8? What would be your choice, Alexandra, here?
Well, you need to calculate. I mean, somehow intuitively you wanna trade as many pieces as possible, but then you need to calculate what's gonna happen after rook takes e8, queen takes e8, queen takes d5. Yes, the back rank is kind of hanging, but a pawn is a pawn, right? The c1 square is under control for the moment, and the knight on e4. It is a power when it's supported with a pawn, but when the pawn is gone, it can be trapped. It can be easily disturbed. So is rook c8 a good decision at all? I'm not so sure. And how else? Then rook b8. Yeah, but rook b8 is not fighting for the c file. I mean, I can consider moves such as queen c7. I don't know what such moves are bringing to me, but at least it looks very powerful.
Well, following Smyslov's advice, or was Smyslov just make 40 threats and eventually your opponent's going to blunder on the 41st turn?
40?
And one of those blunders is like...
Katie's making notes. Okay, 40.
40, not 35, not 37. It has to be 40. Okay, so Tan Zhongyi has made a move. It is, in fact, rook b8. And one of those blunders that you can make, very easy to make. Queen c7, rook b3. Logical, let's attack the bishop. Let's not. Let's attack the queen and the rook with knight to d4. That would be a fork. And that
is
would
the
be...
game over?
Yeah.
Queen g4?
Here we go with this again. There's the Pandora's
You
box.
taught me. I'm a fast learner.
Okay. Let's make those moves on the board. Or not. Let's watch Lei Tingjie make those moves on the board.
She's
and she does.
going to play with queen to c7.
Yes. Well, such a pleasant move to make.
Actually, instead of queen to c7, the engine suggestion was h4. Very strong move there, which is so insane to make move like that.
No, you don't.
Especially now we know queen g4 is a hole in white.
Yes,
position.
exactly. Exactly.
If someone makes a move like that, find the arbiter.
Right. I was going to propose it, but then I realized how terrible this g4 square is after h4, and I thought, okay, h3 is a safer choice.
True. All right, rook is hanging where the rook is going now. If you leave the 8th rank, you might have some problems with queen to d8, rook to c8. But white is not happy there on the 1st rank, Dania. So, yeah.
No. I mean, rook a8 is one way to try to keep the status quo, and then white could keep following the advice with queen to b7 and following the rook around. Now there, black could infiltrate the 3rd rank because there's no longer a fork. But I'm with you, Ketty. I think if you leave the 8th rank, then you absolutely have to reckon with moves like queen d8. There's just a feeling that black's position gets a lot more flimsy when the rook no longer supervises the back rank. Even though black has luft, that's not the problem. Isn't that black's going to get mated on the 8th rank? It's that, well, there's a bishop there, and if white gets to the bishop, then black collapses like a house of cards. Also, another decision that black has to make, and she's got less than 6 minutes now for 9 entire moves.
That's true. And also, this rook is quite limited on the b file too. If you go rook to b3 attacking the light square bishop, then you will fall for knight d4 and you will lose the exchange in that position. So you don't definitely want to just shoot this rook to b4 or any other squares. I think rook to a8 should be the move here black can consider to play.
Correct. 10 moves. I don't math very well.
Is there something else? Okay, we accept rook 8. Is there another move? No, there is not.
That goes with rook to a8.
Played. Is Lei going to continue the same campaign with queen b7? That's the next big question.
What is going to happen then? What is going to happen after queen b7? What shall black do?
Rook d8, queen c7 off a draw.
Well, but after rook d8, there is
Oh.
bishop b6, right? As well.
And then Pandora's box time.
Ah, I see.
Danny is
I'm a
waiting for
one-trick
that.
pony. That's
Guys,
all I know how to do.
as we're now down to few minutes on the clock, let's once again remind our viewers what's the time control. The players are having 90 minutes for 40 moves. Some can think that's too much time, but this game can prove that it's not even enough. After 40 moves, players gonna get 30 minutes. That's what we are counting right now. And of course, each players are having 30 seconds of the bonus time from the move one. The move has been played here, and it is h3. I think Lei also felt that there was something wrong with queen g4.
Yeah, we have bad news for you, Dania. You will need to
Find
to
another.
create create
Hey.
another trick.
And who said I can't sacrifice my queen just to double white's g pawns?
Ooh.
No. That
Okay.
might be for the Bug House tournament today.
Yes, are you playing?
I am not. Of all the variants, Bug House is the one that I just refuse to play. I'm old school. I'm terrible at Bug House, so I decided not to make a fool of myself today. I do that on most days, but I'll spare myself today. But I know you're playing, and you're partnered with Bortnik, I think.
Well, yeah, we haven't gotten in touch yet, but I'm a terrible House player. But you know, those childhood memories we used to play, we called it Shvedki in Russian, and my father always said not to play it to me, but it was a nice way to do it anyway. Okay, what's
Yeah, I
happening?
can
H3,
actually
and then
relate
queen
to
e7.
that. Once I played too much of the Bug House, and the next game I lost my over the board game, because I was looking for my opponent's pieces. I wanted to grab from her side. It really damaged my brain for a short term. Zhongyi here goes queen to e7. She wants the queen trade and to go to the end game to secure her point here. Half a point is very important. Well, after taking on e7, should here Lei go to the end game and play, for instance, knight to d4 and keep the two bishops on the board, Dania, or he should keep the queens and keep pushing?
I would like to keep the queens, but I'd also like, $1 million to be deposited in my bank account. I don't know if it's possible. I think if you move the queen back to c2, you give up b5. If you give up b5, you give up your winning chances. So I think white has to trade queens. The only question is, in what version do you leave the queen on c7 and say, okay, I want my rook to get to the 7th rank? I don't think so. I think white should take on e7, entrench the knight on d4, and perhaps try to smoke out black's knight with a well-timed f3. Alexandra, am I missing a way in which white could keep the queens, or are you thinking along the same lines?
Yes, I've been desperately trying make this queen c2 work, because it feels like Lei would do anything in her power to avoid this trade. But yeah, the pawn on e5 is hanging after queen c2. And it doesn't feel enough. Yes, white can get this pawn back by taking on e4, but it's going to just mean a few more exchanges and bringing this desired for tan result closer.
Can we take the queen e7, knight e7, and rook to c7? Right now, we don't have any problems on the first rank, so why don't we get the rook on c7? Alexandra, I know you like this rook to be here.
Definitely the perfect place for any rook. But is it gonna bring any troubles at all to black if she simply goes back to g6? Although there is knight c6 to consider, but okay, the knight is hanging there, so queen e7, knight e7, rook c7, knight g6. What
how about
else?
some moves like bishop d4 e6 related somehow to put these two moves together in one move?
Bishop.
Yeah. Maybe Karpov-like style, bishop a7, covering the a file with the bishop. It was connected with another idea, I know, but just imagine you're playing in a great positional way.
Except I'm afraid Unsicker didn't have knight f4.
There is
be...
no queen. There is no queen g4 trick anymore. That's it. Bishop a6. But I'm afraid after knight e6, yes. My poor bishop.
Actually, White can maybe bail out with rook c8. Just shows you how in control White is of the game. Rook c8 bails out with a rook trade. I mean, maybe White is still playing for a win. I don't know. But if we get to this position, it really seems to me that White doesn't have any targets, because the d5 pawn, as weak as it appears, there's no way to actually attack it. The bishop on e8 is an amazing defender. It's holding f7, and it's holding some of these key light squares that's making it difficult for White to properly coordinate her pieces. It's time for Lei Tingjie to make a decision. Now she's down below 6 minutes, and she's having a hard time figuring out in what version she wants to trade queens.
What about bishop c2? You said there is no way to attack it, and I started to think about just transferring my bishop to b3 to another diagonal.
That's actually a good looking move.
So let's see what she decides, because this is the big moment of truth. I think knight d4, rook c7 are the two big candidate moves. What is Lei Tingjie going to decide? And how quickly is she going to decide it in?
After rook knight to d4, can black go with rook c8, trying to trade another piece? And if you leave the file, then knight to c6 to try to trade now knights. And we do have a move that's
knight d4.
Knight d4. We're gonna find it out.
Soon, Lei Tingjie will find out how bad it is to follow a certain commentator's advice.
Poor Katie should not be happy.
Yeah, a certain commentator for whom it's 6:23 a.m. Now, rook c8 is one option. Knight g6 is another, and it's on the board.
Okay.
So what about e6
move?
Yeah,
e6 after c6, knight e6. Alexandra, what do you think? Would you go for that?
Yeah, I love it too. And Lei loves it. Wow, we have all agreed to this move.
So it's obvious at this point the White is virtually not risking, barring a one-move blunder. It's a two-result game, but maybe if Black puts her pieces on the right squares, it's a one-result game. Like maybe f takes c6 and bishop f7, and look up at your opponent and say, "Congrats, you've got the bishop pair." But what are you going to attack in that position? How realistic, Alexandra, I'll start with you. How realistic do you think are White's winning chances here?
Doesn't seem so realistic as a few moves ago when it was after d5. I was certain we're gonna see the score even after this game. But now, no, it seems that it's heading to a draw. And a few moves to make before the time control. And then we can be sure, I think, certainly what result we can expect. I mean, 95 is also pretty tempting here, at least for me.
Zhongyi is trying to make a move 4 minutes for her. She's not very sure to take the pawn on e6 or play any other move, for instance, like knight to e5. Looks really great. And I think we have a move. She took the pawn on e6. Lei would probably just take it right away.
Following your advice, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, she's going down a deep and dark path where 2 + 2 = 5, and there's only a path back for 1. Speaking of tall. But after knight e6, I just feel like Black parks that bishop on f7. As long as you keep the d5 pawn protected, White doesn't have any purchase in the center. Like the knight on d4 looks very nice. The bishop pair looks good. But when there are no targets and when all of the pawns are on the same side of the board, you need a lot more than a bishop pair to win the game. And I think Tan Zhongyi is moving in the right direction. Excellent defense the last couple of moves. And she's left herself with just enough time, I think, to be able to play in leisurely fashion.
How about knight to c7 now to go after the rook on a8? And also attack the pawn on d5, Dania.
Knight to c7. I'll play rook c8.
And bishop a6.
Here we go again with these bishop moves on the a file. Okay, rook b8.
But why not
I'll
rook
move my rook down.
d8? Why not rook d8? Because then I think white's pieces they move too far away from the center, not? Because rook
Yeah, there's a
d8
much-
is...
The bars are all closed. There's no party on the queen side anymore.
Because if you put your rook on d8, even straight away after knight c7, it's even better after bishop a6, and you're threatening to play d4. And white needs to blockade it, needs to take the d4 square under control somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks drawish, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, whatever white... I mean, white could also play knight back. If white is ready to admit that her winning chances are non-existent, then I would probably go knight f4 and maybe pretend to shuffle your pieces in the resulting position. Do we know if draw offers are allowed after move 30 in this match, correct?
There should be. I'm not sure about this rule. Yeah.
I don't think there is a point of that in the regulations.
There is, because it's still the FIDE candidates. And I think we had this rule, I mean, in Uzbekistan where we played. I just forgot because it's changing. Sometimes it's move 30, sometimes it's move 40. So I'm not sure when exactly is the time here, but I can check it out. So I'm sure there is some kind of restriction, which actually surprises me because I think, okay, in the match, also similar to a world championship match, that's kind of strange to have such a restriction.
You cannot draw the game until 40. That's the magic voice tells me.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So we should still wait until the time control has been reached.
Indeed.
Okay, so Daniel suggests knight f4 to trade the queens. I suggest knight to c7. I really like this position.
And I suggest knight to d4, just to have 3 options.
Watch her play knight to c5. That basically means she's going to play knight c5. She heard off, suggest 3 different moves. She's, I don't want anything having to do with any of the commentators. I'm going knight c5. But with 3 minutes on the clock, you don't want to get yourself into a situation where you have 30 seconds to play 3 moves, because then anything could happen. Black has a pair of knights, and knight on e2 would be a pretty unwelcome sight for white.
That's right. 36 move was the move she blundered yesterday, but back in that game she had 2 seconds on the clock. Now about 3 minutes in this position. Position is also quite nice for her. She's not risking too much. Her king is safe. And I think she can be just fine. As next 4 moves can come rather fast.
Well, they better.
Can't we just take on e4, bishop takes e4, followed by knight c5? Oh, she played knight c7, by the way. Katie, congrats, you won this event.
Good stuff.
Little competition. I really wanted her to play it. I was thinking, God, please make knight to c7 to make me look so good. Rook c8. You are going for rook c8, Danny. I know that. You want.
I like the idea of provoking bishop a6 because then you kind of clear the path for the d pawn potentially, as Alexandra pointed out. But even after rook d8, the big question is, okay, where is the knight going to go? Is white just going to bail out with bishop takes e4, or is Lei still thinking about generating winning chances? Maybe she wants to play f3 and chase the knight out of e4. That's part of the reason that I like the possibility of rook c8. Okay, and she waited for me to say that. Played rook d8.
They're making each of us happy by each of the moves. So now it was Alexandra's time to be. How about rook to d1? The idea is to play bishop e4 to win the piece, just like that. Is it too simple to make this move? Like, is it just a cheap move? Rook to d1, Dania?
Rook to d1. I mean, in time pressure, nothing is too cheap. You got to try everything that you can get your hands on. But I think rook to d1, again, I'm a broken record. First it was queen g4, now it's rook to c8. But rook to c8 there, I think, makes the most amount of sense because the knight is literally hanging. We're about to find out what Lei Tingjie has in mind. Bishop to d4. That does allow the knight to jump into f4.
Yep.
Right.
Knight on c7 is too far away. I'm getting worried for it. Because, okay, after knight e4, bishop f1, rook c8, again, some pressure, unneeded pressure is starting to build up.
Knight f4 on the board, bishop d3 is hanging. This is move 38. They need to make 2 more moves. At this point, we don't really consider this situation as a time pressure, right, Alexandra?
No, but again, I mean, just a few moves to make, but I just don't like the way white's pieces are starting to go. It's just the knight on c7 doesn't belong there. It belongs on d4. I mean, if white plays bishop f1 now, and there are many pieces that hanging, and somehow they feel discoordinated. And bishop takes e4, for example, loses now due to knight e2, right? So you got to watch out. You have to be careful. And again, sometimes it's not about like the evaluation right away, but this is sequence of moves that you just made. Somehow you were pressing, and now it feels like you need to find this accurate moves. And that's this switch somehow. Oops. Where did she go with her bishop? To
went
ace.
off the board somewhere.
Wow. Bishop a6. Even though the rook is on d8, right?
Still bishop a6. There's nothing to attack there.
But she's protecting the c8 square, so there is no rook c8 with a pin.
Okay. And can Tan find a way to pose one last problem to white before the time control? Obviously, if you're Tan Zhongyi, you don't want to do anything ridiculous just to pose a one-move trap. Lei still has 2 minutes on her clock, but she's about to make a move. Knight to g5, threatening knight takes h3 check, actually.
That's and also 96 is another move there that you can play to trade the knights.
And then 96, I mean, 96 might be quite unpleasant because, okay, 96, if the bishop gets away, then this d pawn supported by the d8 rook may become a power.
I feel like it's been just aimless play by Lei Tingjie in this endgame. She's just sort of haphazardly arranged her minor pieces on seemingly random squares. And, for the first time this endgame, white is the one who has to defend against a serious threat. If you blunder this pawn and then the knight comes back to f4, we're going to see another 50 moves, but it's not going to be the side. The hunter will instantly become the hunted. And now 1 minute for Lei Tingjie to make one last move before the time control. I would just get the heck out of there with king f1.
Yeah, you had to admit, right? Probably a little bit earlier that it's better to stop. Sometimes it's a very difficult decision somehow to make. So you're pressing, and then somehow like you understand that there is no more advantage left, and you need to stop playing, and you need to like exchange all the pieces that left and accept this draw, but you can't force yourself to do so. At least I find it difficult.
Move 40.
What about knight h3?
King f1 now, and the knight is trapped.
Wow.
And if knight f goes to e6, then h4. I think that's her idea. After h4, knight c7, bishop c7 loses the material, and if knight goes back on e4, you take the knight, and rook to c7 hits g7 pawn.
Well, suddenly there is some pressure in the position, right? Out of a sudden.
Yep.
Tactical
the position,
pressure.
It's gotten unbalanced. Black could also consider knight to g6. Now, that could lead to repetition of moves after bishop d4, but if white stays on that diagonal, then the position sharpens up. Black could push d4. That's obviously a double-sided sword because that pawn could become both a strength and a weakness. So 3 minutes now for Tan Zhongyi to make her 40th move, 30 minutes added to White's clock already. I vote knight g6. I think that's a tempo move, and it's the safest way to defend against the threat.
Maybe not, by the way. Sometimes nowadays they don't add up 30 minutes like of the additional time immediately after you make the 40th move. They wait until one of the players runs out of time, and only then this additional time adds up.
Yeah, that's very tricky because sometimes I'm always afraid that I don't write
Oh,
correctly
I'm
the
so
move.
afraid of that.
Me too. Like I always want to make one extra move to make sure that
Yep.
that's 40. That's 40.
How many of us did make this move out of the sphere and actually it was a mistake or a blunder even?
Always.
I'm so happy that I wasn't alone in this like irrational paranoia where my clock gets down to 5 seconds and I feel like I need to like change my pants.
Yeah.
And then you see the 30 minutes at it and you breathe such a sigh of relief, like, oh, I didn't lose on time. But you just never trust your score sheet entirely. What we're talking about is the case in which you skip a move by accident on your score sheet and you think you've made 40 moves. In reality, you've made 39. We saw that with Pragnananda against Report most recently in the Tata Steel tournament. So it's not unheard of, but these players live to fight another day. Time control is made. Knight g6 on the board.
Yeah, and knight g6, bishop d4 has been played very fast from Lei. And we can see the time, guys. Look at the clock. They still have 1 minute. And still, wait, I see only. We
Exactly.
see only. I think our viewers cannot see that, shall we?
Yes. And actually, it reminds me about the fact that the Chinese players, their time control in their Chinese league, and I think in most of their local events, is 90 minutes per game. 90 minutes till the end of the game. There is no additional 30 minutes adding up. And probably they're so used to this time control, so they keep, playing. But let's see, because they keep repeating moves. This threefold repetition might come up pretty soon.
Well, guys, they have reached the 40 moves. Actually, it's 41. As the clocks were not changing, I believe both of them just make this extra move like all of us would do, just to secure themselves that it's the increment on the clock. I think it's time now to take another break, as it might take some time for these players to understand what just happened up to 40 moves. And today in the round 2 is the first time when we reach 40 moves time control, guys. I believe that the game will continue. We're going to see most of the actions right after we come back from the break, and it will not take so long. So, guys, see you in just about 3 minutes.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Today we're gonna go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm gonna see if I can get anybody. Hey. I'll be Wyatt. Wyatt. Yeah, 'cause I need all the advantage I can get. Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
He said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation. Take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
Be the best person you can be. Get closer to God. Not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing. Good game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Women's Candidates Final 2023 Game 2. We have just witnessed that Zhongyi has survived the Thames Rumble and also very difficult position, and now she is taken from here in the end game. We are here for you, Alexandra, Dania, and myself, Kathy. Analyzing this game, Dania, I think the storm has been passed now, and now we can take a look at some of the situations when things could heat up and these two players could play something different. Could you choose one of the moments which do you consider to be the key point?
I feel like the game was sharp and unbalanced. In fact, both games, yesterday and today, the game was unbalanced from the very opening. But, you know, the moment I joined is the one that sticks in my memory. The moment when White played the move d5. And I think there was a moment when we all had the realization that the game might be over in, 2 or 3 moves. We saw e takes d5, e5, which loses a piece, but massive kudos to Tan Zhongyi. She collected herself. She didn't panic. She didn't overreact. And after she dropped her bishop back to e8, Alexandra, I feel like perhaps Lei Tingjie felt a pang of disappointment here at the realization that there is no forced win in this position. Then things became even more complicated. And after queen b2, we entered a period where there's massive tension on all sides of the board. I'm just impressed with the way that black handled the defensive task in the middle game.
Indeed, Danya. Yeah, I am also pretty speechless, I must say, because when seeing this D5 brilliant idea, breakthrough idea, I felt like Lei was going to even the score, and we would be. I mean, the game would be over pretty soon, but well, it's still going on. The position is about equal, but I'm impressed even more that the game keeps going. It continues. I mean, despite the fact that a lot of pieces got traded, like almost, well, the pawns are just on one side of the board left, but white has a pair of two bishops. This pawn on d5 is a potential weakness, and that what keeps white going on. She still has this slight hope of somewhere, I mean, winning this pawn, and then, even then, it won't be easy. But somehow, probably putting more pressure on her opponent's clock, because right now we're entering the final stage of the game, right? There's not going to be any additional bonuses time added after any moves, just this additional 30 seconds that players getting every move. But that's it. So we see now 22 or how many, some 25 minutes left for Tan for the whole game. And mistakes happen even in very simple positions, right, Katie?
Oh yes, and we had so many situations where both players could play better and could complicate the position, but we cannot really put too much pressure on these two players because there's a lot of things on the stake, and 60,000 euros for the first prize and also the pass to the World Championship match. So they are trying to be very careful too. The moment we left was the move h4. That's what we saw, the last thing before we went to the on the break. Dania, shall we take a look why h4, why Lei played that move, and was it worth it to keep it going?
Definitely worth it. I mean, we were half expecting a repetition of moves. They repeated the position once, but it turned out that white was just trying to approach time control. Bishop d4, knight f4. This, of course, threatens. Knight takes h3 check. Bishop e5 would have been a repetition, but instead, h4 by Lei essentially forces black's hand. The knights get traded, and originally I thought that this was just a dead draw. But during the break, I took a closer look at this position. I had two realizations. The first is that if I was on the black side of this position facing Magnus Carlsen, I would be tempted to resign. I feel like Magnus would win this type of position. I don't want to exaggerate, but maybe 5 times out of 10 against a fellow super grandmaster. The second realization is that white actually has a clear plan of improving her position. What does this plan involve? Well, first of all, you could retract the bishop back to d3, and simply put, white could try to run the pawn down the board, f4, f5, and once the knight leaves c6, you have to reckon with the rook's infiltration to c7. So even though the pawns are on one flank, and even though there are just 3 pawns for both sides, I actually am starting to see why Tan Zhongyi seems a little bit uncomfortable here. This seemed like a dead draw, but there is some juice left to be squeezed here.
I agree with you, Dania, and this reminds me very much of the positions of obstacle color bishop when the opponent thinks, that's draw, not even equal, that's draw, and you're keeping to play, you're pushing, getting a slowly better position and getting slowly better situation on the clock, and then somehow you win, and your opponent is surprised because it was a draw. So this very much reminds me of this position, and besides that, the position can get slightly better. Also, the time situation can get better because white's moves can be more easy to make if you find out this plan, and black still needs to be careful because this bishop on e5 pretty much dominates. bishop d3 controls h7 square, and the moves like f4, f5 is coming on the way with a lot of threats. White can also just activate the king, king f2, king e3, bring into the center. So far, rook can get on the 7th rank. Why not? It's possible to get rook a1, rook a7. So I think still we're gonna be here in this game at least 1 more hour.
Oh, yeah.
Alexandra, would you agree with that?
So yeah, time to enjoy this endgame. And we were talking about age difference, right? And we shall not forget that Lei is a younger player, meaning usually, normally, that means that she has more energy, and this energy can be felt in longer games, right? Players tend to get tired. They tend to make mistakes, especially, closer to the end of a game. So that's why, as long as there is some pressure, as long as there are some chances, and as long as she feels a possibility to put this pressure, we see that she will be doing that.
Yeah, and I'm studying kind of her body language. Tan seemed to look up at her opponent several times there after playing the move h5, presumably to freeze White's kingside pawns, make it difficult to advance the g pawn. And that look is sometimes one of, okay, where's the draw for, let's cut this out, let's go to dinner. But I couldn't possibly imagine that Tan expects White to offer a draw here. I think it's pretty clear at this point that Lei at least is within her rights to make a couple of moves and really torture Black on the king side.
Yeah, you can always offer a draw, but your opponent can always refuse, right? Well, nowadays
That's what you're scared of.
Nowadays it's more difficult even to offer a draw, right? We needed to look at the regulations today to find out when such a draw offer is allowed. It used to be possible from the first move on, but now you need to make the required number of moves. But it's definitely a possibility. But again, you can offer, your opponent can refuse, and the game will go on.
Yeah,
that's true. Although there's really few pieces on the board, Lei Tingjie is still putting some of the time. And she, I thought she played queen. Bishop to c4, bishop to d3. She's hearing you, Dania. Bishop to d3 has been played. Getting his bishop, controlling h7 square. Actually, this king cannot run away now. And look at these bishops just controlling the king and keeps Black's rook on the back rank. You cannot freely move this rook away.
Yeah, I mean it's just a nasty position for Black, and the eval bar is also reflecting that. 0.4 is again, for Magnus Carlsen, a 0.4 advantage in the endgame is basically a winning position. So, I'm not even smelling a draw in this position right now. Black needs to find a move because the bishop is paralyzed. And the big question, I think, Alexandra, and I think this actually makes it worse for Black because this demands more time consumption. Do you want to play the move d4? I'm leaning toward no, because I feel like that merely increases the liability of that pawn. It makes it weaker, and it makes f4, f5 stronger. But if Black doesn't play d4, how does Black wait here? Maybe knight f8? What comes to mind?
Yeah, knight f8 is a move somehow. The knight doesn't seem to belong there to e6. I want to put it somewhere else. I'm not sure where, to f6, to g6, but definitely not e6. So yeah, knight f8 is the move that I consider here, especially taking into consideration the plan that you offered with f4, f5, f6. Knowing that and having that in mind, I want to, to prepare, to get ready for this pawn's advance and move my knight away. And also, Katie mentioned that the bishop on f7 is kind of blocking its own king. So you feel like moving it away from f7 to e6 to let the king breathe somehow.
Right.
There's also, I think, an important point to be made, which is that after knight f8, if white delves into c7 to the rook, that leads to some interesting tactical complications. I'll play the moves on the board. I think what you don't want to do here with black is play the tempting rook d7, because now the rook gets into c8 and now you're genuinely paralyzed. And maybe black can play like rook e7 and rook e8, but at this point you're already hanging by a thread. What I do like is the move knight e6 here. The point is, if white's rook stays on the 7th rank, I think black can generate active counterplay with knight to c5 and quickly run this d-pawn down the board. And this is exactly how white loses control of the game. But all of that is a moot point because Tan Zhongyi has chosen a different defensive approach. She has shifted her rook from d8 to e8, kind of a semi-waiting move, aiming at the bishop and perhaps forcing white's hand.
Yeah, but white should be happy to do so, right? f4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Attacking the bishop, opening up the road for the king, which is also important. We shall not forget it's an endgame, so the king starts to play its role.
But before we go to the chess part, there is a question, actually the comment I would like to bring to you guys. And Dania, I would like you to answer to that if you would like. It's funny that black is in tough place because black has the only clear passer, immense d5 pawn. Would you like to answer to that question? Why we consider that white has better position, even though black has this d5 pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I think all concepts in chess have to be considered concretely within the framework of the position on the board. There's no, you can never say that, X or Y or Z is always a good thing or always a bad thing. Like if you take doubled pawns, right? I could give you a million examples where doubled pawns are terrible and weak. I could give you an example where they're excellent. Isolated queen pawn, right? IQP structures can be both good or bad. It all depends on the other auxiliary factors of the position. I think this is a great example of that. The pass pawn is an asset if it has a clear path to promotion. Here, the opposite is true. The bishop on d3 is an excellent blockader because it cannot be attacked neither by the knight nor by the bishop because both c5 and g6 are protected. Furthermore, this is also an isolated pawn, right? It's like those pictures where you step back and you see an old woman, you step forward, you see a young lady. You can think of this as a passed pawn, or you can think of this as an isolated pawn, which becomes especially weak if white gets the rook around, let's say, to d6 and attacks it. So TLDR is, it all depends on the other factors. And in this case, it's much more of a liability than it is a strength.
Yeah, well said. You explained it pretty well. So back into the game now, rook to e8 has been played. It might be some idea of knight jumping the bishop on e5 is actually hanging, but Alexandra, f4 is such a natural move here to play, right? To guard the bishop, to push this pawn forward, gain some space advantage, get the king into the game. But Lei is still thinking, what do you think she's going through now? What's the process?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but I'm saying when you're just after time control, right after time trouble, even a slight one, not a severe one like today, still, sometimes you just need to recuperate, recharge your battery somehow, get yourself back into this focus and right mindset, because when the time control is over, your body feeling that sometimes it just releases the stress release, and your brain just stops functioning, just kind of freezes, and you need some time to get it back and moving. So who knows what is happening right now. Sometimes taking this time off is required. Of course, it means that less and less time. Time is ticking, time is flying, but okay. Players know, those players that are playing on the top level, they usually know when is the right moment to stop, to make this pause, to calculate more, or sometimes even to rest before making the move. And here she goes. f4 is on the board.
This is getting more and more unpleasant for black by the move. the the annoying thing about playing black here is precisely that it's an open-ended position. White can make just a host of improvements. She doesn't have to go rook c6 and do anything grandiose. As Kenny pointed out, White could go king f2 and king e3 and maybe even consider pushing g4 if Tan puts her pawn on g6. So there's so many prospects for White, and there's no expiration date on any of White's ideas because Black can't force anything off the board unless she finds some way to play like knight f8 and bishop g6. But obviously, knight f8 runs directly into the rook penetration to the 7th rank.
Actually, I'm realizing now that Tan might be caught in a surprise. I mean, she might consider this position pretty drawish, and you know how it goes. Sometimes you, well, the position is evil, yeah, even, but then you're like evil and even, yeah, you see. But then you're making a few moves, and it's not even; it's quite the opposite, and you find yourself in a situation where you start to struggle and you start disliking this position. So that might be the case. We saw Tan looking at Lei as she was asking, okay, maybe it's a moment to agree on a draw. And suddenly now she's looking quite differently at the board.
I agree with that. I also noticed that she had several times glanced over Lei Tingjie. Talking a little bit about Tan Zhongyi, she is a former women's world champion. And let's now take a look at the list of the world women's champions. Alexandra, you are there. As well as a lot of Chinese players, we see 5 times Chinese flag here. Hao Yufan has won 3 times, and we have Tan Zhongyi 2017, 2018, and the current women's world champion Ju Wenjun. Now we have 2 finalists from China as well, and one of these winners will face Ju Wenjun then in the final match. Tanya, what these statistics tells you is China dominates in this field, as we see the most of the flags from that side.
Yeah, I mean, it's Hu Yifan obviously was dominant around 2016. It feels like she's been retired for a long time, but 2016, I guess, depending on how you look at it, it was both just a couple years ago and like a millennium ago. And since then, it's been all China at the top. But I defer entirely to Alexandra. I've never even played a match in my life. So the question that I have, Alexandra, and you can take this in whatever direction you want, you know, when you already win a title as prestigious as women's world champion, do you feel like it makes Tan Zhongyi a little bit less nervous and a little bit more calm as she tries to ascend the throne once again? Do you think that added pressure for Lei Tingjie of the fact that she's never even been to the finals of the women's world champion, is that directly affecting her psychological state, or does all of that not matter and everybody's equally nervous?
Yes, actually, we discussed it with Kathy yesterday, and I was saying that, of course, Lei is a younger player, but Tang has this experience. First of all, she's already played a world championship match against Ju Wenjun. We see her name, but we should understand that she won a knockout world championship in Tehran at that time. So there was quite a lot of different formats, and many things were going on in the women's chess. We see this list is from 2008 until today, right? Until present, there are other great names that are not mentioned, unfortunately, on the screen in this slide. And such as Xi Jun, for example, that she was making the first move yesterday. And basically, Tan, yes, of course, she's been there. She played a world championship match. She even has her name in this list, winning a knockout world championship. So she knows she's capable of it. She doesn't. She doesn't have this pressure, this willingness compared to Lei. Again, what's gonna be more important, this calm attitude or this determination? Yeah, I compared it yesterday with fire and ice. Lei being fire tan being ice. We'll see who's gonna win.
Oof. What a question, actually. What a question. We're gonna know so soon as the match has just started. This is the second game, and we will very soon approach the moment when we can speculate actually better. And Dania, the last move that Tan Zhongyi played is a little bit weird to many of us. Rook to e8, then she decided to come back rook to d8. Do you think she just admitted that rook e8 was not the correct move?
Well, I think it's perhaps, but also she could be essentially initiating a deliberate campaign of just making waiting moves because she's decided that she doesn't want to push her pawn to d4, a decision that I agree with. I think the pawn on d5 is a lot safer than it would be on d4. And so she shuffled a little bit, kind of tried to get Lei Tingjie to put her cards on the table. Now, though, she's making a much more concrete move in dropping her knight back to f8. This tells me that for some reason, she's not afraid of the move rook c7. I don't know if her decision to wait for king f2 was somehow strategic or she's just starting to panic and she feels that a waiting strategy is not going to have a high chance of success because white has so many ways to improve her position. So I think it's one or the other. Either this is all a deliberate master plan or we're starting to see quite a bit of slippage from Tan Zhongyi, who's definitely realized by now that the defensive task that awaits her is rather monumental in nature.
That's right. What happens if rook gets on c7 now, Alexandra?
Ah.
Rook on the 7th rank. Let's go. And if you play rook to d7, then rook to c8, I'm controlling back rank, and you cannot really get me off this off the board. I wanted to say off the screen, but we're talking about the players. Rook c7 here. What's your thought, Alexandra?
Rook c7. Well, when you make such a move, what comes next after knight d7?
And just bishop to d4, waiting move.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and if I like continue my knight's maneuver and get to f6, is it going to be very unpleasant if white captures on f6? What do you think, Dania, here?
Yeah, I think takes. It's a hard position to assess. If white's king was on d4, I think that white would have serious winning chances. But it appears to me that after king e3, black can throw in this check on d4, and this opens up a little bit more breathing room for black's pieces. The rook could get around to a2. This looks like a draw, but in the meantime, I think precisely for this reason, Lei actually puts her rook on c6. It kind of reminds me of this old joke about, I think, Vladimir Simagin, an old Soviet GM. He played e4, c6, d4, d6. Then after the game, he was asked, Vladimir, why didn't you play the Caro-Kann? I just didn't have the strength to move the pawn 2 squares forward. And
Right.
so Lei almost puts her rook on c7. Instead, rook to c6, preventing black from putting a piece on g6. What do we make of this?
I like this move. Just avoiding even one threat, bishop g6 or knight g6. And to also the move looks very fancy to me. Rook to c6.
Yeah, it's a nice move, an interesting one. You usually expect this rook to get to the 7th rank, right? Usually a rook is trying to get to a rank where there are many pawns to attack them. And rook on the 6th rank, well, right here, it's taken under control together with the bishop, the square, as f6 square. So let's see. Anyhow, the players are starting to make moves faster. We probably already noticed it, but just because, okay, less than 20 minutes left for both of them for the whole game, and then they just don't want to end up in a time trouble, because the time trouble usually equals to mistakes and even blunders, as we saw yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Rook to a8 has been played. Daniel, do you think that to trade the rooks here in this position and to go to the endgame with 2 bishops versus bishop and a knight would favor white, or white would like to keep the rook on the board?
I feel pretty strongly that it favors black because even if the rooks are gone, if you think about it, like even if white wins the pawn on d5 as a result and the bishops are traded, that should still be a draw. And that is one of the downsides of white's pawn arrangement. Conversely, it's one of the upsides of Tan Zhongyi's move h5, which would turn out to be very prescient if the rooks are off the board. So I think white should keep the rooks on the board, but now suddenly it's Lei who has some decisions to make. She needs to consider the aggressive f5, which, you know, the medicine there might be worse than the disease because that weakens other squares and it loosens the bishop's control over key squares on the king side. So if you're not playing f5, are you going king e3? If you're not going king e3, maybe you want to put the bishop on f5 and try to restrict white further. But ultimately, white needs to do something concrete because good pieces aren't going to win you the game. You will actually need to find some way to break through.
That's right, and I have this crazy idea. I know it's just not right, but how about this idea of g4 to break through the king side, h takes g4, h5, h6, and if somehow white gets the rook on h6, that's going to be a checkmate. You can't go against these two bishops and the rook. Bishop to f5, by the way, just happened, which actually cages the knight on f8. This knight can't go on d7 either, and maybe perhaps helps g4 to happen next move.
For sure. I think g4 is a great idea. Rook can come to h8. Dark squares are weak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just was thinking that that the main idea of this move is refraining this knight, right, on f8. It kind of cuts off this knight in many directions. Doesn't let it go to d7, e6, g6. Well, there is just one square left for the poor knight to jump to, which is h7. And surprisingly, you know, let's have a look. After knight h7, even if I capture on h7, usually it's a question, right, when to exchange this bishop for a knight. But even if I capture that and I go to c7, rook c7, and it feels like, okay, opposite colored bishop should be a draw, but the rooks are still alive, right? The rooks are still on the board. Who knows? Maybe even here there might be some chances, although hard to believe, right?
Or we could lose the game after king to g6 in one move. Because
Yeah.
we just fell for f5, and even though the position is so dry, there can be some funny traps.
But king g8 is a safe move to make that true. So probably bishop takes h7 right here, right now. Not the right moment. Probably I should have started with rook c7 instead.
Because it feels like you can always get that trade when you want it. But now, Alexander, your old idea, knight f6, is a cold shower for white because knight g4 suddenly becomes a pretty nasty prospect.
Is it so after bishop takes f6, g takes f6? Are there any ideas connected with g4? And I cannot play h5, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't get through. I can't.
Yeah, this should hold for black. Somehow the bishop is, you know, it's been a problem piece for a long time, but you know, it's also you can consider it a good defensive piece. Again, it's all about perspective, and when you're on the defensive, you got to count your blessings, and the bishop is one of the blessings in this position. It guards both of black's weak pawns, and it does so with quite a bit of defensive power. So if we go back to the current position, big question now, what is white intending against the activation of the knight via h7?
Maybe bishop e6. I'm sorry, Katie. Maybe try to get rid of this blessing somehow, to exchange it, or bishop g6 even.
I wanted to suggest king is e3 just to get this king on d4 because, like, basically after knight h7, there's no threat of knight f6, right? Because we will win a pawn. Maybe it's not winning position, but we will win a pawn. So if this king gets active, king d4, king c5, maybe even sneak in d6 square, you know, anything can happen. I have extra piece now. King gets into the game.
Such a career for the king.
Yeah, it's just getting started. It's so annoying that black just can't quite go knight f6. I think that's what stands between black and the draw. Like, if black can get this knight active to e4, to g4, get a pair of minors off the board, then I think Black's practical drawing chances increase exponentially. But Black's just not quite there, and there's no way to secure the f6 square. Ketty, I think king e3, king d4 is also good from a time perspective, because as we've been discussing this, suddenly Tan is down to 13 minutes now for the rest of the game. I think we can officially say that she's now in time pressure.
We can do that. And also the fact that if Tan starts to give checks to king, like king rook to a3, rook to a4, this king will get closer to rook, and you have to get back on the back rank with the rook, because you're going to have really serious problems if you don't do so, and if you keep the rook active. Because like after rook c8, you're going to lose a piece.
What about rook takes g2? It loses, right? As well, because of rook c8 and bishop d6.
Yep, looks like it. And I was zigzagging because you'd probably want to avoid king c5, which leads to the rook trade. We were discussing that earlier. Maybe in this version, the rook trade is doesn't diminish white's winning chances, but something tells me that given the time situation, Lei is going to try to keep the rooks on the board at all costs. So knight h7, king e3, a likely continuation of the game. As Tan Zhongyi adjusts her seating position, she's still thinking she'll be below 10 minutes pretty soon.
Yes, and that's where it's getting shaky.
Right. Also, Lei seems to be very good to catch up on time, as she is the one who's mostly struggling on the time situation. But her position is very safe. We can say that she's safe here in this game. Oh, knight h7 has happened.
Here he
call
comes.
Us. I feel like Magnus, not to keep mentioning, his name, but you would play king e3 probably in like 15 seconds. Maybe now's the time to step on the gas pedal if you're Lei Tingjie.
If you're able to improve your position, of course, you should proceed with it. Like any move, improving your position and keeping the pressure on, why not? And put some more pressure on the clock of your opponent, right? She's running out of time. Just 12 minutes.
That's right. No more increment on the clock of half an hour. Now they will keep to play this time situation, and they have 30 seconds of increment of each move. So it's not like a blitz game. They can never play blitz game because 30 seconds is quite a lot of increment. If you have losing position, that you're gonna have serious problems. You can't really flag your opponent. Lei's very, very confident. Look at her face. She's fully focused. She's very confident. She's calculating the moves, and she knows she's safe today.
Yeah, talking about time control. Yes, Daniel, we discussed with Katie yesterday this FIDE classical time control. Which control do you prefer? And which control do you think is needed to be used for a world championship match?
Well, I don't know if 30-second chess is realistic, so I'll settle for bullet. No, just kidding. In general, my rule is the shorter the better. The less increment, the more my ears perk up. But in terms of classical time controls, definitely I prefer 90 plus 30. And I think 90 plus 30, by which I mean 90 minutes for the whole game with a 30-second increment with no time addition on move 40. What I like about that time control is it strikes a good balance, I think, between still being a legitimate classical time control. You have time to think. It's not rapid, but it raises the intrigue level when you think about making chess a enduring spectator sport. That time after move 40 is reached, when the players take 15, 20 minutes, is often kind of a lull. And in terms of optimizing chess's viewability, I really like 90 plus 30, and it's the shortest classical time control. So that is definitely my preferred time control, Alexandra.
Do you feel...
Other than blitz and rapid.
Yes, but do you feel Is it, I mean, really needed to make those classical games shorter? Because I feel that we like tried to make this classical time control shorter and shorter and shorter. Now 45 minutes plus 30 seconds are being played. It's not really a classical game, but nevertheless. And it's still, they're not going to be as entertaining as Blitz games, right? We're not going to get the same effect. So maybe it's just better would be better to leave this classical time control alone, let those players, I mean, play this classical championships using whatever time control they're using right now, and just to make more exciting competitions, organize more tournaments with shorter time controls. Wouldn't it be better than trying to, play constantly with this classical time controls?
I agree. And I think that, as the expression goes, in King E3, the king goes toward the center. You can't sit on two chairs. And I dislike, the sort of overly, too many hands spoil the broth. And when you make too many, you play too many games of the time control, I think it becomes counterproductive. And you have like 47 minutes and the players bid, and, one player has 39 and time is added on move 22. And at some point, it does reach a sort of absurd level. And I think the simpler the time control is, the better. What's interesting is that in Tata Steel, which I was commentating this past year, the time control is one of the most generous of any classical tournament on the annual tournament circuit. It's something like 2 hours or 40 moves, and then another hour, not 30 minutes, an hour, and then another 15 minutes are added to your clock after move 60. And that type of chess has its own entertainment value, and it invariably produces some of the highest quality chess that you see anywhere all year. And so I totally agree that that kind of chess, it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I think it definitely has a right to exist. And it definitely fills a very important niche in chess entertainment. And it develops the game of chess itself.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with that. It's very nice. You can go at the tournament at the age of 20 and come back at home when you're 30 years old. It sounds so long for me.
That's what we call dedication, right? Don't speed up your life. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Be patient. Once in a year. Yeah, it could be very interesting. It could be very interesting. But guys, the age factor when you reach 30 plays a big role in life. So yeah.
When you reach
I
40,
might
it's
skip that
even
one.
more, I'll tell you. But okay, let's talk about this
I
endgame.
abstain.
No, but I just have this feeling. I mean, I love Blitz. Myself, it's my favorite. We discussed with Katia. I mean, I would play Blitz whenever I have a chance. But the problem is that why to mess with this classical time control? I do feel that in order to create like a good quality chess game, as you mentioned, Dania, you need to have time to think in the opening, in the middle game, and also in the end game. Because right now, these players, they're running low on time, but they just started this end game, and there are gonna be so many events coming up with them having seconds on their clock. And I think the time control they're using in Baikanze, it's the same time control as in the World Championship match that's being used. It's 1 hour 40 minutes for 40 moves, followed by 50 minutes for the next 20, and followed by 15 minutes for the rest of the game with 30 additional seconds every move. Probably there's even more minutes added on the third time control in the World Championship match. I'm not sure, but it's like the longest time control that exists nowadays. And I think it should, I mean, we should have place for it. I know there's so much discussion going on that it's boring, that it's terrible to watch, that people come and leave and go and they don't watch these games. I don't know. I do enjoy. I don't enjoy playing them anymore. But I think it's still, this time control is still needed in order again to think over, to have time to stop, to compare all those lines that have been analyzed, and to show your end game expertise as well. Because right now you see the clock. No, not yet, but 14 minutes for white, 10 minutes left for black, and again, it's just unfolding.
Well, the last move from black, rook to a3, 3 was not the most accurate move here according to the engine. And now it's time to discover why it is so bad, you guys. We're going to take a very short break, and when we're back in a few minutes, we're gonna cover that move and find out what is wrong with rook to a3. You don't want to miss these actions, guys. Don't go anywhere.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players, and I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Musuchuk games.
We are back at the women's candidates. We're watching Tan Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie battle it out in this very, very complicated endgame. Keddy, we've been going after this for a long time. Is White actually making any progress here?
That's a very good question, but what we can clearly see is Black cannot do much. Black cannot do any progress. Tan is just moving with the rook around the board, and we can see that the king has already centralized for White. Bishops are on e5 and f5. Perfectly placed. I see a small improvement here. Not too much, small improvement, but I think that's the idea of Lei Tingjie, to slowly get some edge on time, on the clock, as she has just few minutes, and also on the board. Shall we take a look what actually happened before we left for the break? Rook to a3 was the move that the engine bar really disliked for Black. What was the reason for that, Dania?
So the eval bar, you're saying, disliked the previous rook a3 check.
Yes.
Which may seem like a long gone past, but this just happened. The rook went from a3 to e8 in a millisecond. If we rewind a couple of moves back to rook a3 check, we were discussing a fascinating approach where White can actually zigzag her way to the rook on a3. But the reason this is hard to come up with is because after rook a2 check, it appears that White loses the g-pawn, and yet if we look at this more carefully, we went down this line a little while ago. The eval bar shoots back up because Black ends up losing the knight on f8 and possibly also gets checkmated. But all of that is in the past. Instead, after rook a3 check, White covered with the bishop. Black dropped back to a8, maneuvered the rook to e8, and I feel like White is kind of back to square one right now. The only progress that White is making, at least it seems to me, Alexandra, is on the clock, but Black is making more of the progress on the board as she's very, very close now to getting her knight either to g4 or maybe even to e4 and giving up a pawn, although that doesn't seem to be an ideal defensive approach.
Right, and okay, Lei is trying to make her move, because I was about to say how to evaluate this position, but now we can also answer this question. After knight g4 check, knight g4 forcing White. Well, maybe it's not forcing. Actually, it's not forcing because to take, because it's possible to play king to d4, right? Protecting the bishop on e5. Black doesn't seem to want to take on e5 because of f takes e5. And here comes another passer, another passed pawn. This time, White's passed pawn, and it's going to get to e6, and then to e7 and to e8.
Yeah, that's the road for sure for this pawn. Shall we make this move on the board? It looks very tempting for Black to play. And bishop g4 is a move we don't very much want to focus on here, as it's the obstacle colored bishop and there will be less and less chances for White. But how about Dania, king to d4? And at this point, is bishop g6 a threat from White's side, or that's not very dangerous to Black?
I think if White is a move, I like the look of bishop g6 because after the trade, White could start going after, it's actually definitely a threat, but even if White plays more primitively with something like rook a7, it seems like Black has been pushed to the edge of the earth. And I'll also show the line we were just discussing. After f takes c5, e6 is not only devastating from the passed pawn standpoint, but currently it would simply trap the Black bishop on f7. So this is out of the question. And if Black doesn't go knight g4 check, well, then what does Black do? I was pinning all my hopes on knight g4. I thought that knight g4 was the saving grace. Now I realize that it's far from the saving grace, and Tan Zhongyi reaches the same opinion. She decides to sack the pawn on e4, and this is starting to look a little bit more juicy for White. Maybe you don't even take on e4. Maybe you just play king d4 and keep the tension. What do we think?
Interesting. Of course, I'd like to check how many chances are there left for White after actually accepting this sacrifice, exchanging this bishop, and yes, again, opposite colored bishops, but the rooks are still on the board, with White rook being a little bit more active, and meaning that some plans such as f5, then even maybe The plans that Katie proposed a while ago, g4, h5, h6, checkmating this king on h8, after all. But then, yeah, if we just ignore this knight and play king d4, who knows what's gonna happen after knight g3? Is this knight can start jumping, or it's not the right move to make?
I wanted to suggest this idea, if possible. Let's say there's no knight g3 move and we play king to d4 and it's our turn again. If white can do rook to a7 to get this rook on the 7th rank, as now rook is not really busy on the 6th rank, with idea bishop to h7. So giving up this bishop, getting f7 bishop and attacking the pawn on g7. And we're going to have bishop on e5, which attacks the pawn on g7, against the knight on e4, which is just not having any target. And on top of that, d5 pawn will also hang.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like this idea with bishop h7. Rook a7 and bishop h7. Quite unexpected. Okay, king goes to d4. Here we go.
Obviously, there's knight g3 instantly. Rejoinder. I think she might want bishop d3, bishop e6, maybe try to defend on the light squares and send the knight back to f5 after that.
But why not knight e4, for example? Bishop d3 back to e4. Okay, if we don't mind giving up this pawn, then at least knight on e4 covers this bishop, this diagonal.
Yeah, white could try to go around with like bishop b5, bishop c6, but I don't know if that's totally realistic, because the moment the bishop lands on c6, the knight could swing back to f6, and you could use a similar type of technique. You can give up a pawn strategically in order to get some pieces off the board. So I like Tan Zhongyi's idea of knight e4 because the resulting opposite colored bishop endgame is also really easy for black to play. Whether it's lost or drawn, black can build up a little bit more time reserves with a couple of relatively straightforward moves.
Okay. But there's not so much choice left. No, there are not so many moves.
Can we do bishop to d7, attack the rook, and in case of rook d8, then rook to a7 to hold the position like that? There's no serious threat, and somehow to get some advantage, maybe even to push f pawn forward, like f5 and bishop e6 ideas. Oh, she goes bishop to d3.
Okay, now the big moment. Knight e4 is our prediction. Bishop e6 also came to mind, but now it occurs to me that it walks right into the very nasty bishop g6. And black's position threatens to collapse.
It feels quite safe to close this diagonal, to shut this bishop up.
Do we think that white is going to take on e4? Is that ultimately going to be the final structure which decides the game, this 3-on-2? Or is Lei going to try to keep her bishop here for as long as she possibly can and somehow try to work her way around this knight?
Yeah, I think so. I think she might even consider pushing the f pawn forward. She might play f5. Although, okay, the pawn secures the bishop, protects the bishop so well from f4 that you don't feel like pushing it forward. But somehow, if you want to make any progress, right, you need to do something. So probably bishop b4, b5, rook a7, yes, indeed, are going to be played.
She is going. Knight comes back on e4.
Okay, we're pretty good in this guess the next move game.
All right, well, what's that? This is now, I think, the hard guess, because bishop takes e4 is once again pretty tempting. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess f5. I think, Alexander, you're right that this move is going to come sooner rather than later. I think it's going to come sooner. Very, very soon, as in right now.
And I like your proposal,
right now.
bishop b5. So we kind of...
Okay.
I like my proposal, rook to a7. Stayed all alone. Lei Tingjie now on the board. She is looking for the next move. We have so many suggestions to lay here in this position because we do like pair of bishop in this end game, well, it's gonna take some time, right, of her clock, because those two moves are looking quite tempting.
Yeah, but she doesn't have enough time. I mean, a lot of time, right? She has less than 8 minutes for the rest of the games. So she, in order to avoid like any serious time trouble, although in this position it doesn't seem to be that unpleasant, right? You can always find a decent alternative for 30-second additional time, but still you always feel like avoiding it. You don't want to start blitzing your moves out. It's such a difficult switch from playing a classical game to playing something closer to a rapid or blitz.
It's just this roller coaster of emotions, right? First you have a lot of time, then you get the first time scramble before move 40, then you seem to have a ton of time again, and now again the time is starting to dwindle, and this time you don't have that time control to look forward to. You don't have, the lighthouse in the distance beckoning, oh, move 40 is going to be reached eventually. No, that's it. You're on your own forever. So this is a lot more of a concern, I think, for Tan Zhongyi, given how difficult the defensive task is. Ketty, you're on a roll. Rook a7 on the board.
I was actually looking for some traps there with bishop e2, related bishop e2 and f5, because there was some nasty move, rook f7, bishop h5, and the whole board would just fell apart. Tan Zhongyi took just several seconds to play rook to c8.
Here comes this Karpov-like move, bishop c7.
Yeah, bishop to c7. Beautiful.
Okay, so what if black starts shuffling? Knight f6, knight e4, knight f6, knight e4.
Well, but knight f6 opens up this diagonal, right? I can get the bishop back to f5.
Oh, yeah.
And then back to e5. And I tricked you.
And I don't have knight e4 again because
Right.
of like bishop g6. Okay, rook e8 instead. That's a much more sensible move.
Shall we go with bishop e5 now? Because if you get back on c8, then bishop d7 forces you to get on f8 square.
What about rook e7 then?
Maybe.
Bishop b5,
Rook e7 and check on a8.
King h7. Probably back to
And bishop
e5.
e5, hoping that's the improvement and beats to control the back rank.
Screaming for mouse sleep was g6, right?
Yeah.
The problem there is this king on d4 may seem like a great blockader, but if black's rook actually reaches b4, the king is dislodged, and the last thing that you want with white is to let the pawn slip through to d4, because then in a time scramble, absolutely anything can happen. So I think Lei needs to keep one eye on her clock, one eye on her king on d4, and one eye. Okay, that's
so many eyes.
Too many eyes.
Right. But okay, bishop b5 seems to be very, very tempting to play, and probably after rook e7, white can try something like bishop c6, because she always has this unpinning move, rook a8 check, and then, for example, if black plays knight f6, protecting the pawn on d5, then rook a8 check and bishop e5, somehow trying to turn around the pieces.
6 minutes now for Lei Tingjie. Imperceptibly, she is the one falling behind on the clock. That's the last thing that I thought would happen, given the relative greater difficulty that black has in making moves. But it looks like Tan Zhongyi has just found her setup, and now she's just basically shuffling her pieces and gaining time.
Yeah, she looks pretty confident right now.
I vote bishop e5 and then just take on e4 and make sure you eliminate all the risk. But probably she believes the winning chances in that resulting position are just vanishingly low.
And it's funny because when Tan considers position like equal, or she starts glancing, she starts to glance at her opponent. Like, remember, immediately after the time control, she was looking at Lei And then there was a moment of hesitation, let's say, and now she's again like, okay, well, I put my knight to e4. What else? What else do you want? Look, you even have less time.
The look is back.
Just
She
body
goes again.
language.
Oh, Leia's deep in the tank now. She's got less than 5 minutes. And let me repeat, like, you don't want to let black get to b4. There's a knight in the center. There's a king in the vicinity of the knight. You know, we've seen crazier things happen in a time scramble. So bishop, you know, the other problem is bishop e5. Black can play rook to c8, and you can't even take on e4 because black has an intermezzo check on c4. So it might actually even be too late to opt for the position, which may now seem like paradise in comparison to what white has.
I think you see the future, Dania, because like things can turn. So in that way, Lei is now dropping her time to seconds, because when you have no time on the clock, you can panic. Bishop e5 has been played. Maybe she's hearing you and she's going for bishop e4 next move.
Rook
Zhongyi
c8 though,
responds
instantly.
Oof.
Instantly.
Well, always possible to repeat. Always possible to go back, right?
Shall we go for bishop a6 here?
a6. What if black tries the opportunistic rook c2? I guess then maybe again we have this check.
And then bishop
Maybe the
c8.
rook-
Bishop c8.
Oh.
And then
Bishop
here
c8,
comes
bishop
this
f5.
checkmate on h8. Look. Bishop a6, rook c2, rook a8, king h7, bishop c8, rook takes g2. Almost checkmate.
I cannot see.
I'll show that on the board.
Yeah. Behind.
Bang, bang, bang. Here.
Mm-hmm.
And the mating pattern is...
Yeah, but unfortunately
Alright.
there's bishop g6.
Yeah, I'll show the mate. It's a very pretty mate. But unfortunately, black does have bishop g6 here. And it seems like black survives. But also, there might be the possibility of rook to f8 here. And suddenly the bishop is experiencing some problems. Because after bishop g6, f5, goodbye. The bishop is trapped. And if the bishop has to bury itself on g8 somewhere, well, that seems to be progress for white as well.
And bishop e6
It
after
is
bishop
huge
g6
progress.
was also possible. Although, no, I mean, instead of rook f8. Although rook f8 looks very nice, yeah, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. White seems to have a lot of prospects here. But 3 minutes now, less than 3 minutes on Lei Tingjie's clock. She might be, at this point, thinking, is it really worth even going for it? And the answer is yes. Where is she about to play?
But she's...
Rook where? Rook c7? She wants to trade the rooks? She wants to play a rook move, but she's not very certain with that. So she's taking move back.
Oh, those seconds again. Can't watch it.
She's so calm. I would be shaking at this point to have 2 minutes on the clock.
She's down 5 minutes suddenly. Over 5 minutes now down on the clock. That's hard to build it back up.
Yeah, she was supposed to put pressure on the clock.
Now less than 2 minutes for Lei Tingjie, and
Come on.
still indecisive.
Ooh.
There she goes.
Rook to
Yeah.
a3.
She...
Right, she wants to take bishop b4 and rook g3, I
Exactly.
guess.
Yeah.
But still you have to do something against this rook c4 idea. Maybe she's trying to wait it out and wait for black to move her rook away from c8. So does black actually have a move here? Does black have a waiting move?
Zugzwang.
Maybe bishop b6? Yeah, it is kind of a weird sort of Zugzwang-ish position. Maybe bishop b6. Yeah, that's my vote. Bishop b6.
But what if
how
f5
about-
then?
Ooh. Bishop f5?
Rook a7. That's all.
Oh no, he got me again. G6 maybe?
Yeah, g6 unfortunately. I mean, I can always win back this pawn on d5. Just one check. I have one beautiful check on g7, king f8, and that's it.
Indeed. Okay. Tan Zhongyi was about to make a move. Hesitates a little bit. She's got to keep an eye on her own clock. We are entering blitz territory here to culminate game 2 of this women's candidate's final match. Bishop b6. Is that going to be Black's choice?
That's very interesting question. How about rook a7, attack on g7, and if you play bishop to f7 back, then to push f5?
Yeah, I don't need any convincing. I was voting for f5 before it was cool.
Right. Okay, some decisions to make, some moves. Moves are coming, but now they are gonna play faster. I remember playing with a 45 minutes plus 10 seconds. This time control. And it was a terrible switch between almost a classical game to almost a blitz game. It was such a hard thing to do. And here, okay, it's still 30 seconds for each move they make. So some possibilities to get more time with a few moves.
Yeah, king to f8 is such a interesting waiting move. There is not very clear move from white side that proves that king to f8 is not nicely placed.
A little tricky trick there. Rook b3, walking into knight c5, quote unquote. Bishop d6, of course, would pick up the knight.
Is she heading to
c5.
King g8?
Is she heading to b8? Does she want to exchange the rooks? Like king g8, for example, rook b8. And then get to this d5 pawn, you know, bishop a6, bishop b7.
It's just that even if you do all of that, I feel like the light squares, Black sets up some sort of light square blockade where the knight gets around to f5 and you put a pawn on g6, and at that point just doesn't feel like...
Guys, I don't know if you have also noticed that, but Tan wanted to play rook to b8.
No. No.
And then she saw it and she moved. Maybe it was just the lag on the camera.
Yeah,
probably. Whoa.
It's an over the board game, right? You don't expect such mouse slips there. I mean,
mind slips.
Mind slips can happen still. But
Lei is losing more time on every turn, and with every ticking second, I feel like the chances that she does something brazen like f5 are greatly diminished. By the way, rook a4 check is a threat, followed by d4. Wait a moment.
Yeah.
If white plays f5 here, she actually might lose the game, and probably still a draw there by some miracle. But I would just go rook b8 and sign the score sheets and go have a nice dinner and set yourself up for the next game, because you've got a minute left.
Come
and
on,
we've
Lei.
seen far crazier things happen than this.
Make a move.
Oh no, we're going for a
B8 is
countdown
played. again
in this game. She went rook to b8. She heard you. She
Almost threw her rook to the square.
Yeah. Here,
Take
you put it there.
Yeah, take it.
Oh. Okay. Next
Yeah,
stage
obviously
of the
this
game.
is safer now.
So no chances at all? Like king k5, bishop b7 to b7, and then a6 to b7.
Well, Black just has to find the right setup here. I think if Black finds the right squares for the bishop and the knight, then it's a draw, but for now she hasn't found it yet.
Actually, I caught myself in thinking that even if white takes on d5, isn't it a draw? Like,
It is.
yeah.
It must be. So where does Black keep her king? Does Black just go king e7 and then shuffle the bishop just like that?
I would go to like g6, king g7, somewhere there. Around the... Oh, king g8, king g7, king g6.
There we go, g6 on the board. And I would go king e5 here if I'm playing cheap. But don't blunder. God, both sides could blunder. Knight c5 I thought would threaten the fork, but you get forked with bishop d6. Never too late.
Yeah, we're heading
E5
to a
played.
draw. Although there's gonna be some tension after f5. She's gonna play f5.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah.
then you try to win the h5 pawn.
Exactly. So I'm not so sure about g6. Even though I was voting for it. But then I realized that, I might be mistaken.
But it seems like after f5, trade bishop g6 check. As long as you stop the king from getting to g5 on its own terms, it should be basically a dead draw. If white takes on e4, then we know that Lei Tingjie has essentially offered a draw.
Yeah, true.
Hard to break through, right? Maybe bishop a7, bishop d4. Well, just to put them onto very beautiful positions. Two beautiful bishops.
Funny
But
line.
it's strange that white's king will be just dropped on e5.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop a7, knight d2, bishop d4, knight c4 would be checkmate. Of course, white could take on c4, but that forces a draw.
You can play g3 somewhere, knight f3 will be a checkmate.
I got it. I
Played.
guess the move.
Good call. I like knight d2.
Yeah, knight
I
d2,
think
king
that's the move
d6.
I should play.
Let's move it. We showed
like
the
to move
career,
it,
remember? d6, e7. We drew these arrows.
Knight d2, king d6,
Exactly.
king f6,
Yeah.
bishop d4, mate!
Yeah. And if knight c4 and king e7 also, like this bishop on f7, it looks like a pawn. I mean, why? Why?
That is
f7
worth
pawn.
showing. That is spicy. This would be mate even without one of these two pawns, and without the g pawn. So instead, knight c4, king e7, and black is just sort of starting to get pushed off the board a little bit. Bishop d4 is coming. Alexander, I think you're right. I was a little bit overly pessimistic about white's chances here. This ain't over.
So you see?
This ain't over.
One inaccurate move, and that's it. The king is on e7, and it's not so clear anymore.
Frustrating.
Well, it would be
Tanjong,
fair in a way, no? Because white's king is
every-
so much better.
Yeah. Every time that it seems like black has finally made a draw, you can finally breathe. Suddenly, again,
Something starts. That's
white
true.
generates these chances.
Yeah, imagine if the black is down now on seconds. Anything can happen. It's just Tanjong has really very comfortable situation on clock. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. She can find out solution here.
For now.
If there is.
How about knight g3, knight f5 ideas?
Solid. Well, bishop d4 probably after knight g3. Is it a draw after bishop d4, knight f5? Is it a draw the endgame or a lost one?
It's a good question. I think it can be a draw because h pawn stops both h and g pawn.
Well, I'll go with my king to g5. I'm gonna play g4 eventually at some point, right? And still very hard to break through.
Going for that.
Yeah, we're getting
Very
there.
likely to get just that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now the big moment of truth. Knight f5. Does it make the draw? White's king actually gets to f6 there. And the pawn on h4 is the right color corner, which is super, super important, which means black can't, in the resulting position, give up her bishop for the f pawn. Oh, gosh.
I mean, it looks pretty drawish, but again, this opposite colored bishop endgames. It's either a draw or a win.
Yeah. But if you don't go for this knight to f5 now, white can play this king d6, king e7 idea. It might be already too late after that if white's king gets on f6.
Yep. No, with 3 minutes left, calculating knight f5, I do not envy the task that's in front of Tanjong right now.
Well, you
feeling
just
it
try
might be
to...
lost.
But how? I get my king to g8 and the bishop to f7. How do you improve? So I just stay and don't move.
Yeah, you might be right. Oh, yeah, you are. Well, I would have to try g4, but
Yes.
f and h versus king has to be a draw. Yeah, it is a draw. But, psychologically, it's just very hard to convince yourself of that when just a second ago you were planning to draw from a position of strength. Now you have to draw hanging by a thread. So can Tang Zhongyi steal herself and calculate that line accurately?
She has 2 minutes on the clock. They have almost equal time on the clock. I think things are getting heated up here. That's what we want to see. And the position, chat says this endgame is so rich. I couldn't agree more. It's very rich position. Still, even though that we are very close to end the game in a draw.
Okay, here comes a moment of truth. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. And I know, there are some positions where such a difficult decision is required. For example, there are certain endgames where you need to go for an endgame rook versus a rook and a bishop. And otherwise, you need to sacrifice a piece for a pawn and get into. And you see,
King F8.
Still, I think this should hold because King F6, there's then knight e4 check.
Yes.
So can white make any progress here is the big question. I mean, bishop f2, the knight can also come back around to e4. And that's a pawn that Zhongyi is more than happy to sacrifice, especially with the rooks off the board.
A little bit.
Yeah, probably still just a draw.
But not enough. Okay.
There's no way to make progress.
Lei shall not forget about her time, though. She still needs to make a move.
How about bishop f2, knight e4, and then f5 to change a little bit of the position?
I thought she should have done that on the previous move when she had a chance. So I agree. I think bishop f2, knight e4, maybe bishop e1, and then f5. Try to isolate the h5 pawn. Who knows?
Well, she can get back to this pawn, right?
Yeah. 1 minute now, though, for Lei Tingjie.
Not
finding anything. 45 seconds.
It's still possible to give a check. Give a check on c5.
Still possible to lose on time. Okay, she won't do that. King d6.
King d6.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but then I thought knight e4, king d7, and what's next?
Well, knight f5 draws, as we've discussed.
Yeah,
but
knight
since she
f5.
didn't play this move the first time, I guess she's unlikely to play it now.
No, now it's easier because then you protect those 2 pawns with bishop g6 and it's cementing the position.
But I have king f6 though, I think.
I don't
You
have
might
time.
have to
So
part
it's the same
ways with one of the
thing.
pawns.
I see.
Yeah, Lei is counting on that Tang Zhongyi will not play knight f5.
But
second
okay,
time with
even if you play
Syracuse at
king
once.
f6, bishop h7, king g5, right? And that might be already.
Well, she's forcing Tan to calculate. I feel like she'll probably go knight e4 check and then shuffle between g3 and e4. That might be a fully watertight construction, but Lei is trying to get her king to e7 and play bishop d4 check, and if she can pry the black king off of g7 and get her own king to f6, anything can happen. It's under a minute now for Tang Zhongyi.
Time to make your move.
Yep. Wake up. She's calculating knight f5. You can just sense the wheels turning in her brain, but she can't decide if it's a draw or a loss.
She's looking on the clock as well to check how many seconds she has. Look at this. She's looking at the time, looking at the board.
Seconds.
Oh,
Yes,
knight f5.
they say to avoid it. They say to avoid looking at your clock all the time because you kind of lose time when you do that, but it's so hard to resist.
Okay. She just needs to get her bishop to g4. I would play bishop e8. And that's just a draw.
To give up the pawn on f5 and get bishop on beautiful square on g4.
But you're gonna lose the pawn on h5, no?
Wait, then king to g6.
King g6 and then f5, f6, f7. What are you?
But my king's on
she's
dark
going
square.
for that.
She's whoa.
Well, king
Wait a
f5,
minute.
bishop d7, king g5, bishop g4, king g6. And what are you gonna do?
Check, I guess, bishop e8.
No, the bishop is on g4 already. Ah, you mean bishop d7, king g5, bishop e8. But then, well,
Okay, there's
okay.
bishop d7.
Oh, king g6
Uh-oh.
is the move.
Whoa, bishop d7, king g6. Bishop
Bishop
e8, king
E8.
f6. There might be some zugzwangs there.
Uh-oh.
Because the
But
bishop's
okay, still
diagonal
no.
is limited.
Yeah, but still, okay, bishop f7 and king g8. I thought that if you
King
keep...
e7?
Oh, you bishop g6 and you just wait. Bishop g6.
But so here I play king g6.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e8.
You go king f6.
No, I'll wait. Bishop e8, yeah.
King f6?
Bishop f7, I'm sorry.
f5?
Mm-hmm. Okay, bishop e8.
King e6?
Oh, bishop f7.
Yeah. And then bash to e8 and f7. I need to give it the check on c5 at some point, but no, it's just not. There's just too many squares. Bishop c5 check and king e7, though, with the bishop, black bishop on e8 could be nasty.
Okay, but then bishop f7. And then you want to play bishop d4, right?
Oh my gosh, there's bishop g6 there for black, going for some stalemate ideas. We're jumping the gun here, but
let's show us this line because it's a very nice one with bishop g6. Probably holding.
King g5. She's goading black into going bishop g4, which might lose
and
the
then
game.
king g6. That's very smart of her.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about bishop g4 might be a huge mistake.
So the line that we were showing is something like this position, which can be reached in a variety of ways. And here there's bishop g6, but I thought white has g4.
Ah, they have it.
Is
they have
this
it.
A draw? Whoa!
Bishop g4 is played.
She's blundered.
Come on.
She's blundered it.
You jinxed it. Dania,
I
you
jinxed
said
it.
it. You said bishop g4. Who would else think of such a move?
Bishop d1? Is it still,
bishop
is
c5.
it over?
No? Bishop c5?
Bishop c5, king g8.
No, wait. Then there is an idea f5, and if you play
G4.
bishop c2, g4.
Oh, my lands. This is amazing.
Look at Zhongyi. She knows that. She knows that she made a blunder.
And
I can
as you
feel her.
noticed, the square on h8 is the right square. It's the color of the bishop.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're seeing this. So white even has a choice. White could play f5 first. White could play bishop c5 check first. I would play f5, bishop d3. You don't even need a check on g5. On c5, just go g4, and the h-pawn promotes.
Yeah, bishop stops from d4 this pawn. You don't really worry about that.
Oh my god.
Unreal.
Why did you go there? Because you know there is this rule of one diagonal in opposite colored bishop's endgame. Your bishop should control the pawns like over one diagonal, and one diagonal here is like exactly e8, h5. Yes, it's a short diagonal, but still.
I'm in disbelief right now, but let's wait for Tan Zhongyi to, or Lei Tingjie to demonstrate
of
this
course
technique.
She's gonna demonstrate it. There are no other ideas here.
Fatigue, exhaustion, time pressure, all of these effects. We talk about them all the time. This has been amazing resilience by Lei Tingjie to create the conditions where it's possible to blunder, and g4 ends the game.
She has to find this move. She has to actually play this move less than 1 minute on the clock. I think she already guessed that this is winning position, and she will just move it.
Can you play king takes h5? That's borderline winning also.
You think so? I think it's closer to... Yeah, I don't know, by the way. King h5, bishop f5, g4. What is the evaluation of this position?
That's got to be winning, I would imagine. Maybe it's even simpler.
12 seconds on the clock, 10
Come
seconds.
on.
She has to make a move.
No, make a move.
6.
No.
She's gone g3.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, maybe it
G3 is
doesn't
fine.
change anything. It's fine.
Nothing,
but
nothing.
okay.
It's totally fine.
She just got the time on the clock, 30 seconds.
Tan Zhongyi needs to make a move. Bishop b4. What is she waiting for? Every second is golden. You can't let Lei Tingjie calculate on your turn.
She improves her position. So she wanted to like force this king get to g8, so she has h7 with a check. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. G3. We can see how much nerves are here in this game, in this match. Tan Zhongyi just made a move.
G8.
And this is king to g8.
Okay. G4, once again, appears to be winning. But the eval bar is not showing it. And oh! Wait, G4 takes h5. There's bishop b5 and bishop e8 check.
Oh.
G4 might actually be a draw. You might have to take on h5.
That's why. So she
Oh my
calculated it.
gosh.
She saw it. Nice. So you see, they do calculate. They do see a lot of.
This is winning G4 and G5 and king h6, and Black's just not stopping these pawns.
Oh, now I see why she didn't play G4. But okay, make a move. Come on. Now she's choosing between. What nerves?
G4 was the only winning move apparently, and she found it.
Was it? King G5 was not winning.
For some reason, it was not. Because of bishop d3 and bishop e2, you tie yourself to that pawn. You need to be able to squeeze the pawn through to g5 and the king to h6 before Black gets the bishop to e2. Or to
that's
d1.
a good point.
And
Lei
if I
shows
play
really
now
good-
bishop c8?
Then just g5, king h6?
Yes, I think g5 is the key. And king h7, Black is one tempo short from setting up a fortress. Now the key is
But
to
now
play
king
king
h6.
h6.
Mhm.
That's easy. That's easy. Nah, she sees the plan. King h6, get your pawns to h5 and g6. Step away with the king, and the h pawn promotes. I mean, obviously g5 would be horrific.
King h6
Yep.
is on the board.
That's it. It's over.
What a game. This is still not the end. Still needs to play very accurate moves. But Lei Tingjie is showing great technique in the end game in past few moves.
Yeah, nothing to
I mean,
do.
at this point,
Well, g5, g6, h5, king g5, h6, h7. Slow
Yeah.
but steady.
She's going to win the race and tie this match in the most improbable fashion. There's nothing to play for at this point for Tan. She might resign here because the winning path is so clear. It's illuminated with very bright lights.
Is it also possible to push g5, h5, g6 there to play king g5 and h6? Because you
Yeah,
can
you
stop h7 anyway. So there's, I think, 2 ways to win this position.
Yeah. Move order
what's-
here doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you push the pawns to g6 and h5.
Yeah, not sure if there's anything that Tan should try. Maybe king f7 and king e6 should be attempted, but the white king can step onto g7 at the right moment. 1 minute now for Tan Zhongyi. I mean, she's searching desperately, but there is nothing to be found.
Yeah, exactly. King f7, king e6, and suddenly if white, I don't know, makes mistakes, and king f5, king g5 might be
Yeah.
possible, with the pawn on g6 and h5.
But there's h5, and king e6 will be met with king g7, bishop e2, h6, and white squeaks through to promotion.
Mm-hmm. Well, another tragic event, huh? This time for Tan.
Yep. But Lei was totally pushing whole game today, and think
Was
it's
it
just
40?
resulted.
40? Like the rule of 40 that Danny mentioned, that you need to attack 40 times to make your opponent blunder? Something like that. It was
40 threats.
40 threats.
And that's kind of what she did. I mean, she kept transforming and transforming the advantage, and then the rooks were gone. And there just seemed to be a moment when Tan Zhongyi breathed a sigh of relief. We thought that the draw was right there for the taking. Alexander, I think you might have called it. Maybe G6 created additional kingside weaknesses. Maybe just keeping that pawn on G7 would have been the way to go. But
Ooh, 9 seconds on the clock. Tan Zhongyi makes the move on last 7 seconds.
Okay, king G7 and go home.
Is G5 still winning or no?
G7, king G7 on the board.
That's okay, king G7.
Probably.
Is winning for sure.
Yeah. Now she's going to resign. Nothing left to play for.
Well, one more trick. Bishop E2.
Hoping for G5.
G5.
Exactly.
Or king H6.
Yeah, she resigns.
Resignation. Here we have Tan Zhongyi lost this game with black pieces, and now we have Tai in the finals of the candidates in China. These two teammates now are fighting for this seat at the World Championship. Let's take a look how many games we have left for the until the end of the match. Well, in case if we see like these decisive results all the time, we might go to the tie breaks later on. But what a beautiful game, Tanya, today we have witnessed.
Incredible. And you could see Tan Zhongyi there sipping her coffee or tea, just thinking of all of the opportunities that were missed. But the silver lining is that some games, they go your way, other games don't. And I think the score of the match right now, 1-1, is extremely fair. I think both players have had incredibly bright moments. This was unbelievable technique by Lei Tingjie, really the last 40 moves of the game. Magnus Carlsen-esque, and I don't use those words lightly, erasing the deficit that she was facing after a very disappointing game one. So it's actually very hard to talk about anybody having momentum. Alexander, I think you'll co-sign this. You have a lot more match experience. Could we talk about either player having any sort of momentum, or is this a complete toss-up at this point as we get into game three?
Well, usually a player that wins last, right? And now it's Lei's turn to celebrate. It kind of has this playing initiative, we can say. And actually, before even today's game, I said that if we don't look at the result of the first game, it was definitely going in Lei's favor. She was the one pushing it, right? Yes, she made a blunder, but somehow it felt as this. It left us this feeling that she was the one playing for a win. And today it was the same story. Okay, Tan almost made this impossible magical task of surviving, and she slipped at the very last moment. But okay, my bets were on Lei's side. At the beginning of the match, I explained why, and now I continue believing that she should be the one who is going to face Ju Wenjun in July.
Right. What Alexander just mentioned, I agree with that too, Dania. We have seen these first two games where Lei is clearly pressing, and then sometimes it's working well for her. Sometimes we have seen some tragic ends for her. Would you consider, after seeing these two games, that Lei is the one who is really willing to get the seat at the World Championship match, or this is still equal match?
I mean, her hunger is evident. It's obvious that both players are putting everything out on the line, and I just think this match is going to be decided in time scrambles. I mean, the better time scrambler in the first two games has taken game one in Zhongyi's favor. She was the better time scrambler despite the ups and downs. Game two, it was the opposite. Lei Tingjie, she was down at one point to 2 minutes to 7 for Tan Zhongyi, and yet kept her composure, kept her foot on the gas pedal, and was able to pull out a win. So it's just impossible to talk about either player having an advantage. They're very evenly matched, and I'm just excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, and talking about tomorrow will be the last game before the rest day for the players. Alexander, do you think that we're gonna have another decisive result, or they will go easy on each other tomorrow on the round 3?
Well, we certainly hope so, right? We're rooting for all 6 decisive games. Why not? I mean, that's why we're here for. Let's see if the players agree with us. Let's see what they are gonna prepare for tomorrow. I'm excited as always. Looking forward to the game number 3 at 9 a.m. Central European time.
Yes, guys. So it's now final goodbye from our side. Alexandra Kostnik, Daniel Naroditsky, Katy Tetzlaashvili. We're here for you with the whole Chesscom team, and we will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European time. See you there.
Bye.